hungry. I became a vegetarian like 2 months ago, and
yeah, 2 months ago is not long enough to
I could
get
never
rid of
be
burger cravings.
I could never be a vegetarian. I like food too much.
Well, what if you get soup at Burger King?
I didn't know Burger King had soup.
If Burger Senpai notices me, then we have gotten much bigger than I thought. That's because
great start.
Great
start. This is great radio.
For the record, I found this. This is like an image generator site that like has various logo types things. I thought it was funny.
He spent probably, I don't know, 4 hours making logos and then sending them to me.
Everything through the generator.
Yes.
Tens of minutes were spent. Tens.
What if Walmart was a Burger King?
On the clock, too.
No,
do your parents know?
I did it on my own time. Shut up.
Okay.
This is all own work. Anyways, hello. Welcome to Somehow You Didn't Die on Your Way to Work, a somewhat serious public transit safety podcast. I am one of the many Muppets on here today. I am Joe Zeta, and we're going to go to the next screen, and you get to meet all the Muppets.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here.
Wow, that was pretty good.
What the fuck? How do you have like every impression on lock?
I feel like every man I've ever met has a Kermit in their back pocket just waiting to come out.
Everybody's got a Kermit waiting to come out. Hi, it's Zach. Not Kermit. Surprise.
It's time to play music. It's time to light the lights.
It's time to meet the Muppets.
It's time to get things started.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to
on this damn podcast tonight.
The backstory behind this slide is that like Joe messages me last night asking me what Muppet I would be, and I asked DJ, who I was in call with at the time, like, what Muppet would I be if I was a Muppet? And she was really quiet for about 10 seconds. And then just to break the awkward silence, I go, my instinct is to say Fozzie. And she follows it up immediately with, I wanted to say Fozzie too, but I didn't want to tell you that. And then she goes, we've actually had this conversation before. And sure enough, I look back into the Discord log from 2021, and we had the exact same beginning of that conversation, complete with, we said Fozzie at the same time. Unfortunately, the host of this, one of the hosts of this podcast is already Fozzie. Like, also much better than I could ever be.
Fozzie is not chill, Ray. You're very chill, which makes you Rolf.
That's such a nice.
Yeah, there's one of our guests. Our Rolf is returning guest Ray.
Hello.
We also have returning guest Gonzo. I mean, Allie.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm a transit advocate and cartographer from Kitchener, Ontario.
Yeah, she was with if you don't remember, she was with us when we talked about that time that a train like Looney Tunes a bus and left a perfect outline through the bus. And then we also have first-time guest on this show, Lena.
Hello. I was supposed to be a dollar store Gareth Dennis, but I'm on this podcast for some reason.
Oh no, it's your first time? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Lena knows many things. Lena was also supposed to be on the Potomac River Midair Collision accident, but due to
I wouldn't wish that upon my enemies.
Due to scheduling and mental breakdowns on Zach's part, we ended up pushing it back a bit, and then we could not make that scheduling work. So she's here now, which is why
I got to survive that.
Which is why she's Walter from the Muppets, because Walter got to become a Muppet in that movie.
That's right, he did. I forgot about that. He became a Muppet. He was already a Muppet, but somehow became a Muppet.
He got to become a cast member.
That's what it was hired.
Welcome to your trial by fire.
Professional Muppet.
And Zach, the other reason why you're Kermit, aside from just generally you having to put up with me, is that if Sasha had come on, I would have had her be Miss Piggy. Which would have been...
hang on. Whoever's moving their mic around.
Please do not drink out of the microphone.
Microphones only do that when they're stressed.
We were supposed to have even more people on this episode today, but sadly, Mike could not make it. Gareth has a baby, and Justin Rosniak
guy wants to take care of his offspring.
Justin Rosniak did not respond to a comment.
I wonder why.
He seems to have had fun.
I think he did too. That was uncalled for. You know what? Roz is cool.
Who would Roz have been? I think he should have been like Sam Eagle.
Roz.
Tracks.
That's an interesting question. I almost would have made Roz and Gareth Statler and Waldorf.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
I almost made Mike Statler, but there needed to be a Waldorf that we didn't have.
Yeah, they're a matched set.
You can't have just one heckler.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this is us. This is your stuffed lineup for today. As we go straight into,
we got a round table for this clusterfuck
we've got
of
a
an episode.
We've got a round table because it's our 1-year anniversary. We've been doing this podcast for a year. This episode's coming out should be coming out in June because that's by the time we're recording this on May 30th, so it should be out on June something. But like the 1st or something, and our first episode came out in June of last year. So this is close enough because next week is the Big Boy tour through Ohio, so I'm not going to be recording shit.
You mean you're not going to be recording an episode on the Big Boy?
Look, if I could get into the cab of the Big Boy, I would never leave.
That's fair. That's valid.
I would be like...
There's plenty of places to hide in there. You'd be all right.
It's big, yeah.
I met Ed Dickens. It was very exciting. You saw those pictures. Sure, Zach, right? I
Yeah.
He was just there. I foamed a guy. It was incredible. I saw his vest from like 200 feet away. I was like, that looks very familiar. And then I was like, oh shit, that's Ed Dickens. Which, for those of you who aren't farmers, he's the guy who runs the Big Boy. He's probably...
What a way
met
to
him-
describe
met him
meeting
once.
someone you admire. I foamed a guy.
Well, okay, no. I saw him
Pretty
from
sure
far...
that'll get you on a list.
I saw him from far enough away that I should have not seen him. This is exactly like how I see trains sometimes. I see a shape in the distance and am able to make context clues to interpret it. I really did. It was identical to that.
I would really love to put you in an MRI machine and just like show you pictures of trains and then like watch as your brain activity like changes like
Oh
as
man,
you interpret the shapes in front of you.
See, I would love to have an academic
That would be a CAT
study.
scan, not an MRI. Sorry.
I would love
MRI
to
would be physical imaging.
I would love to have some form of academic study done of me just to see what the answer is.
There's something wrong with you. We're not sure what.
I feel like there's something wrong with everyone on this podcast.
we're all
Yeah,
here.
we're on this
We're all
podcast.
there.
Da,
Yeah.
da, 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 da.
And if you are one of the 40 plus new subscribers to this podcast, since we got a shout out in the last, well, there's your problem episode. Hi, it's not going to get any better from here. So,
Speaking of, we should probably start the
we-
news.
yes, we should go on to the next slide
News.
for the news. So we have some things going on. This is our news brief. Who has the 10-minute timer?
Oh, how am I never ready for this? Hang on.
If I was Zach, my priority would be having the timer before even getting in the call.
All right. Hitting
I feel like we should have
timer
put money
now.
on this before.
Oh,
I
that would have
know,
been
I
a really good
hardly
idea.
know.
Like a betting pool for how long
Yeah.
the news goes.
What's the Kalshi?
An idea for next time. An
I
idea for next time.
want in on this Kalshi bet line because then I can frig it and still.
I think that's insider.
Nope,
I think
yeah.
that's insider baseball.
Kalshi
That's
isn't
not allowed.
regulated yet. Laws don't count. Anything is legal if you're a profitable startup.
This
Are you
is
guys
true.
profitable yet?
Kalshi probably is. I'm not.
Anyway,
So anyways, starting the news, up here in the top, the STB has accepted the UPNIS merger application, delays proceedings, things. Basically, everyone's going on like, this could be a thing. No, it's not. They basically accepted the paperwork, which is something they hadn't done before. And then after that, they put a 1-year delay on this to get input from Union Pacific, Norfolk Southern, and other people based on complaints from other railroads and other shippers, because literally everybody else is against this. But Jim Vena painted a locomotive as the Donald Trump Express, so this is going to get made. They anticipate a end of 2027 finalization for the merger and I see no reason to doubt that. So a little bit of nothing burger, but it's happening slowly. Does anybody else have an input on that?
Yeah, the fact that the original merge application was rejected for being too short, so then they turned in a shorter application and it got accepted is just nuts to me.
I believe it was that they were missing things from the last application.
So then wouldn't you need a whole new application, or are they saying take some of this from the first one and this is the supplemental application?
Sometimes you can do less with more or more with less.
I assume that they pared down what they had and then added the rest. Who knows?
It's nuts. It's
anyways,
bureaucracy.
Going on to the video now that we have here on the left, I'm gonna hit the play button. This is speaking of Big Boy.
This poor guy.
Oh my gosh.
This was in Nebraska, I think, or Iowa. Some guy fell off the 4014, which is bad. My notes here specifically say Foamer community points, laughs, checks off bingo card space, because they are the most accepting and politically liberal sphere you can be in on Facebook. So
I feel like this is a group of people who got bullied in school and are just waiting for the opportunity to bully somebody else.
They all of them, every single one.
They're constantly just like in a position to pounce on the next person that, you know, makes a fool of themselves in public.
The anonymity of Facebook really helps a lot too.
I'm sure
that gentleman was a reporter for a local radio station. He fractured his L1 vertebrae on the way down.
Oh my gosh.
I am slightly confused as to how he managed to fall.
So
but
it looks like he was trying to pick his foot up to the next step. The handrails were wet. He didn't have a great grip on it. And when he tried to kind of swing his foot out to move it up, it moved his balance off enough that he couldn't compensate and keep a good grip on it, and then fell. It's rough.
Yeah,
I feel really bad for that guy.
It doesn't help that
I assume fracturing your vertebrae is the kind of thing you don't come back from, or like it's with you for life.
It depends on the vertebrae and probably how bad the fracture is.
It depends on how you did it. It's probably gonna hurt for the rest of his life.
He's not paralyzed, I assume. Like it's not that serious.
No. It's more like this is just gonna be like, Grandpa, why does your back always hurt? Well, Sonny, that sort of.
It's a great story.
Yeah, a foaming related injury is a very rare one.
Unless you're a complete dumbass.
You would think it would be a more dangerous hobby than it is, but
I mean, I do now have a concealed carry permit because I almost got shot at while foaming. So
well, that's why you can shoot the Meow Meow train.
Yeah. You heard it here first, folks. Joe's packing.
There is. Joe is going to shoot the Meow Meow train. We heard it.
Do you want to explain
It's not going to make any sense to anyone who's not in the Discord.
No. It'll come out. It'll come out.
The pictures will
this episode,
get posted.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I probably not. They're backlit to all hell, but whatever.
Well, you got to post that one now.
It's up to you.
Oh fuck! It's probably going to go on screen here. Yeah. Okay.
Right about there. Yep.
Don't you give me a timestamp. It'll be. I'm not that. This is going to be a 5-hour episode, so I'm going to be.
Sure is.
Staring
at the entire evening off.
I'm going to be staring at Vegas Pro with my eyes bleeding at the end of it. Nobody's allowed to make any mistake because I will not fix it.
I've got my sleeping bag laid out and everything. I'm ready for an all-nighter.
4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the timer.
Neat.
Oh shit! I forgot. Next thing, New Jersey Transit had an oops. Well, actually, no. Amtrak had an oopsie last night. This actually, I heard about this from a mutual friend of mine and Zach's who works for New Jersey Transit. But an Amtrak maintenance of way vehicle caught on fire inside either the approaches to Penn Station or inside the Hudson River tubes. This is like the second fire in as many weeks. In the Penn Station complex. Notably, the World Cup is like 2 weeks away. So they need all the capacity they have, and this is not helping.
How hot do you
they
think
ran
that
a
got?
train right by it as something popped, and was reported to as was reported by passengers. Something exploded right as they went by.
Yeah, that's
It was probably like a battery popping, not like a Michael Bay style explosion, but still, that's not something you should be running loaded passenger trains by, I would think.
It's fine.
Notch 8, send it.
They're getting to New Jersey
Actually,
either
yeah,
way.
if you're gonna do it, that's the way to do it.
They're getting to New Jersey either way, because they'll either end up in hell or they'll end up in Trenton.
Yeah, there you go. Same thing.
Hey, New Jersey's better than New York. I'm gonna get so much heat for that.
We're
one.
gonna start. We're starting.
We're starting early.
early. 15 minutes in, and we're already getting emails.
If you would like to email us, please email us at SYDDOYWTW@gmail.com. We accept all comments.
We will forward them to the appropriate parties and fire appropriate parties out of the sun.
Into the sun. You can't
Into
fire
the
them
sun.
out of the sun. 'Cause that means you're in the sun already.
Yeah.
We'll set fire to the sun first.
Now listen here, timer boy. Listen here, timer boy. What's this other picture?
It's FIFA World Cup time. The U.S. is 100% not prepared in any way, shape, or form to host the U.S. World Cup, but we get some cool advertisements out of it, like this photo from a supervisor at DART named Lauren Baxter, who takes great photos because he is a completely amateur photographer with a pro photographer's eye. So we get this Coca-Cola wrap that says Coke, but it says Coke with like 100 zeros on it.
It says
like
Coke.
they're saying
Coke.
that's about the extent that we are prepared for the World Cup. I legitimately don't know what I am going to be doing at work because the commuter line that we use to get from place to place, as well as the BNSF railroad, has said that there will be no freight train traffic outside of a 5-hour window from 11:30 at night to 4:30 in the morning. And
What I'm hearing, Zach, is paid time off. What
I hear customers going out of business. That's what I hear.
Oh, you don't need those. You work for a railroad.
This is well, we kind of need them.
I
Goes on that way anyway.
I have been told over and over again that carload freight is not supportable because it's not as lucrative as intermodal traffic. So
You're right. It's not as lucrative, but they still pay green American dollars.
Where's your sense of economics, Mix? We have to run 500-car unit trains or it's not worth doing.
That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'll be
Economy
a
and
capitalist
scale.
Yeah, economy and scale. Yeah, not of scale.
See, why don't they run the commuter train as a 500-car unit train?
I'm literally always saying this.
Just walk car to car, and before you know it, you'll be at your destination. The train won't move, but you will.
Exactly.
Well, we can't run them as 500-car unit trains because that would imply that there's a passenger car builder in the country, which there's not.
Yeah, that's right. No,
You could have
we can't have
one
good things.
unit train made of every passenger car in the United States, including those in museums. And
Just
that
ask the Mexicans.
Yeah, ask
You
them to
could take,
give some
I
of
think
those
that would
back.
be about every Bombardier bi-level in the United States, or about half of Go's fleet of Bombardier bi-levels. You know, just
Yeah,
saying.
start sending some down here. We've already leased some from Minneapolis.
Minneapolis doesn't exactly want them back.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how that's going to go when the lease is up. Where do we ship them to? I don't know. You figure it out.
LTEX Rail, Lordstown, Ohio.
Man,
That's where they're going.
That's sad.
But you want to see something that's not sad? Here, let's click on this other video.
oh, that's right. No, they escaped.
This one.
Yeah.
When a mommy jet and a daddy jet love each other very much.
The two fighter jets engaged in toxic Yahweh.
How did you just pronounce that?
Don't ask if I've been saying it wrong.
Yeah,
I've never corrected him, and that's my fault. And I'm
What
sorry.
do you mean I said it wrong?
How do I know this? And I don't even watch anime. I'm not telling you. I'm going to let you flounder on that one.
I think
Yeah,
that
no-
says
no
more
one
about
tell
you.
Yeah, that I'm an evil bastard. That's right.
Fuck all of you guys. What is it actually pronounced as?
Nobody say it. I'll kick you out of the call.
I can't be caught. I can't be. I'm not allowed to say that, like, publicly.
Just okay. Fuck all of you guys. Anyway, next slide. You want to see?
Moving on.
Yeah.
Next slide. You want to see something else blow up in my face? Click this video.
Hell yeah.
This is just what.
Oh, I don't have access. You'll just have to describe it very colorfully to me.
What do you mean
I've
you
seen
don't
this
have access?
floating around the internet. I can
What do
imagine
you
it
mean you
in
don't
my
have
brain.
access. How do you not have access?
I can't play the video. That's okay. Don't worry about me.
How do
I have
you
a
not
vivid
have
imagination.
access? It's a rocket exploding.
Oh, because she's not an editor of the deck. She just has read-only access.
Oh my. Okay, so for
We're in
everybody,
the middle of a podcast. Let's keep going.
this
Ah.
is so
Behind the
this
scenes,
is-
on the scene.
This is Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket. It was doing a static fire test that turned very suddenly into a not static parts distribution across most of Florida.
The sort of stuff that makes a civil engineer cry.
I mean, you're going to get a lot of work out of it because the pad doesn't exist anymore.
Well, yeah, but things started moving, and that's terrifying.
Yeah, and then
I mean, this is just a perfect example of a rude event, a rapid, unplanned disassembly.
yeah, and then on top of that, this is even better. So, aside from the pad no longer existing, the second New Glenn rocket that they have was in the building next to the pad.
Rip.
Because you want to have everything as close to the pad as possible, unless you're NASA, because you thought about it in the 60s and have a building like 3 miles away. They put it next to it, and the rocket blew up, and now the building was on fire. And so the New Glenn the second New Glenn, which I would like to say, the rocket that blew up was named No, It's Necessary, and the rocket that was in the building was called Never Tell Me the Odds. So I have no
That can't be
sympathy.
true. I
Yes,
refuse to
it
believe
is.
that.
Yeah, look it up.
Oh,
It's-
wow.
All
That's
of these
amazing.
people are the kind of jackasses who read a science fiction book that says don't do that and then make that. Like it's
So,
every
If
single
you, who owns Blue Origin?
Jeff Bezos.
Wait, that's how you say his name?
I always thought it was Bezos.
I
It's
don't.
Bezos.
He makes enough.
We're learning
money.
so much about how Joe pronounces things.
Although
I mean, it's very clear that he's just the kind of guy that reads a lot
I
and
do
doesn't hear it
respect.
pronounced.
I do
That's fine.
respect mispronouncing Jeff Bezos' name.
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, you know what? Jeff Bezos doesn't deserve the respect of having his name pronounced correctly. So
It's like how
Jeff
everyone
Bezos is what he
mispronounces-
would be called in the B movie.
It's like
if
how
it came out
everyone
today.
mispronounces Andrew Carnegie's name. Andrew Carnegie.
When did that start? I feel like that started recently. We don't have time to get into this. Never mind.
We have like 6 hours.
we have like 40 more slides.
Every time you complain about the length of this podcast, we add an
It gets
hour.
longer, yeah.
It was
we
already
have
1 hour per guest.
I have
That's right.
made another slide. I have stuck it on the end. No one is allowed to leave. The doors have been locked. I installed magnets in all of your chairs. Mike is very confused because he dropped out like 20 minutes before we started.
Yeah, it was
It
going to be
can't
even
move.
crazier.
Yeah. Mike's chair has like saw-style traps bolting him to it. He's like, why the fuck? But anyways, we're going to go on to our next slide because just occurred to me, I didn't actually say what this episode was about at any point. There's no like, what is this? So, for those of you who didn't read the title,
All right, time to start over.
this is the crash of Valujet Flight 592. I can't believe I didn't fucking put it. What is this? So this slide. So fuck. Hold on. Let me recenter myself. This is the crash of Valujet 592. Here are your education requirements for the day, because this is not a 101 level podcast. You have to know what an airplane is, how it flies, what an airline is to a certain extent, and what a Douglas DC-9 is. Most of everything else will be explained, but you have to know basic things like this.
I'll offer everybody the Cliff's Notes on the DC-9, and it just says DC-9 equals HAWT. HAWT. That's all you need to know.
Hard agree.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Have you ever seen the one that Playboy...
I look up from my desk at these notes and I just make a face at you. Like, this is not helpful.
Have you ever seen the one that Playboy made? The Playboy owned? And it's all black with the little bunny on the tail?
It's
I actually have seen that one, yeah.
cool, but oh my god, it's so bad.
But anyways, so I actually have here... Actually, Lena, I heard the ding-ding of the e-bell just now, so that's fun.
I was wondering if you heard that, yeah. It's literally right outside my window. I told you this would happen.
I'm thrilled. Lena does live off of... are you willing to say what e-bell system this is, or no?
It's something involving New Jersey.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Close enough. That's good enough. So now we have to add a sixth Muppet up on that second slide.
What, for the governor of New Jersey?
I was thinking for the e-bell.
For the trolley, yes. New Jersey Transit, but it's a Muppet with like the little sticks holding it up. Anyways,
someone should go make that.
Anyways, what is an airline? Very, very short explanation. It's someone who owns the metal tubes that we fly around in. But we have to unfortunately, there's more to this, because we, like everything else, Valujet Flight 592 happened in a context. So we have to know the history of commercial aviation in the United States first. So, do you want to learn about airline regulation, children?
Hell yeah.
In the beginning, the Wright brothers flew, and this was widely regarded as a very bad idea.
Yeah, it really hurt the Pennsylvania Railroad.
The Wright brothers flew and created at that moment a deep blood feud between North Carolina and Ohio, which still exists today. You can see these battle flags in the form of Salt Life stickers on the back of every car in the state of Ohio.
Y'all aren't even anywhere near saltwater.
No, the Salt Life stickers are all the assholes who go to the Outer Banks in the summer.
Oh my god. Okay.
I hate the Outer
You have to explain Ohio culture to me every time you talk about something like this.
Everybody, we have terrible beaches here, and they're cold and they're full of dead fish. But instead, you drive 13 hours to North Carolina to go on a terrible beach with cold water and jellyfish. Instead, I don't get it.
But then you're not in Ohio. You don't understand.
They come back. The weather's not any different. It's windy there. It's windy here. It's sunny there. It's sunny here. The only thing that's different is you can get Cheerwine more regularly.
Okay, but in North Carolina, they moved a lighthouse. Have you moved a lighthouse?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
We have a very long coastline. We have lighthouses on our license plates.
No, but have you moved the tallest lighthouse?
No.
Just picked it up and moved it.
A lighthouse on dollies and moved it some distance.
This new funding goal for the Patreon.
All right, cats. Let's get back into the topic. Corralling.
Yeah.
I am corralling cats, wrangling cats.
Killjoy Zach at it again.
This is why he's
Absolutely.
This is why we're shooting the Meow Meow train.
Okay. Anyways, so this is a very brief history of air travel history in the U.S., which you will note is like 12 bullet points. If you look in the notes, you guys can follow along in the notes if you would like to at the bottom of this podcast. And by you guys, I mean the host, not you, the audience. You don't get to see this. I realize
I think it's more fun to pretend that we're just the audience.
No, because I need you here for color commentary. So the first scheduled airline flight in the U.S. was on January the 1st, 1914. It using a Benoit 14 wood and muslin biplane flying boat that traveled the arduous distance of St. Petersburg to Tampa, Florida, across Tampa Bay. It was the first aviation flight. The airline was called St. Petersburg to Tampa Airboat Line, which is something I bet you could still get someone to do, is airboat you across Tampa Bay. Notably, this wasn't the first airline in the world. There was a French company that's now technically one of the predecessors to Air France that did it in like 1909 or something, or 1911 or something, but like they don't count, they're French. But air travel in the US lagged a little bit behind the Europeans. The US, for all that we're in manufacturing power now, really did not give much of a shit about commercial aviation in the early days. There was a lot more going on in terms of things like, flying little biplanes around for airmail. That was a lot of what early air travel was in the US. And then World War I happened, and there was a little bit more interest, but still everything was made of wooden cloth. Some of the first modern airliners in the US were European-designed aircraft like the Fokker Trimotor and the successor to that, the Fokker F-10, which were not only enclosed, but they were made of wood and not doped canvas, which is a huge...
So they were enclosed but made of wood. How high could they fly?
Not very. Most aircraft were not pressurized until...
No, yeah, you couldn't pressurize that.
Most aircraft get up to like, what, 10,000 feet?
10,000 feet about. Most aircraft were not pressurized until the 1950s anyways, so the introduction of metal airliners didn't change that. It also is why air travel sucked until the 1950s, because if there was like a storm, the only way was through, or critically, there was another way, which is they would land the airplane and give you a train ticket.
There's a reason that there's a stereotype of that all these pilots were drunk. It was the only way to tolerate air travel.
Yeah,
it must be.
It was not great. It was not air travel was very much like the electric car in 2008 sort of experience, where it didn't go very far. It wasn't very fast, and nobody liked doing it.
Are you walking away from the microphone?
I am trying to shut the window.
Oh, I see.
It
sounded just like you were leaving the conversation.
Somebody is using a power tool outside, and I really don't want it to show up in the audio.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's what I think it was. That's why I was shutting the window. Because my mom is getting the deck redone. So
I thought you had a gun for a reason.
This man is employed. This is not someone shooting at me because I'm taking pictures of trains. Okay. Anyways, in 1925, the first really notable American... Okay, there's been a couple American airliners that are really notable, but one of the biggest ones was the Ford Trimotor that was built, and I mean this seriously, it was built by Ford Motor Company. Like, product line in 1925 was Model T, Model A, and an airplane.
I remember flying it in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2004.
Yes. There's actually there's an airworthy one about 45 minutes from me at a museum in Port Clinton. It's very cool to see it. I've had it fly over me a couple times. The Trimotor was more importantly made of metal. It was slightly faster and became very popular, but it wasn't quite yet able to take on the more established Fokkers. And
you can't see this by making the metal hand gesture and flipping my hair around.
Yes, the Trimotor was metal. But anyways, suddenly wooden planes were on the outs because in 1931, a most American tragedy happened. Transcontinental and Western Airlines Fokker F-10 crashed in Kansas, killing Notre Dame football coach and one of the most famous people in the country, Newt Rockne, who died in this accident, and basically was the impetus behind air crash investigations in the United States, the NTSB, which a predecessor to that was formed, the requirement that air crash investigations be made public was also so required because of this, and wooden airplanes were essentially banned because what had happened was that the wing spar on the Fokker F-10 had delaminated, and the airplane basically came apart in midair. So
That happens to metal planes too, though. So I think
no, this was like a
Is this
2x4
foreshadowing?
coming apart.
Oh, okay. I was going to say with the engineering we have now, we could bring the wooden plane back. It would be terrible, but we could do it.
We could bring a carbon fiber airplane back. Oh wait, we did that. That's called the 787. No, essentially the like the 2x4 holding the wing to the body of the airplane basically came apart.
You should make sure that the most important point of contact between two pieces on a vehicle in midair is just a 2x4.
Well, I mean,
honestly, I'm in favor of this. Give me more 2x4 based engineering.
That's the only kind of engineering I can do.
Well, unfortunately, they did not. Although they did keep the numbering scheme. Boeing came out with the all-metal Boeing 247, so 2x4x7.
Yeah. Okay.
Which was developed almost directly in response to the sudden demand for metal aircraft. And Douglas Aircraft was already working on a request for Transcontinental and Western for a long distance sleeper airplane, because flights at this point, you wanted to fly from New York to Los Angeles, it was taking you 3 or 4 days and you were stopping like every 4 hours. So it was like they needed to sleep on the airplane. That aircraft was the DC-1. It very quickly metamorphosed into the DC-2, and the DC-2 turned into the single most produced aircraft in human history, the Douglas DC-3. They were first flown in like 1935. They are still flying today.
And they're a sexy, sexy plane.
They are very much so. They're very Art Deco. They're very everything. And this basically, the DC-3 was basically the Lexus LS400 of the aviation industry, in which it took on all comers and beat them, and is still going like millions of miles later. And then suddenly a man with a small mustache entered the collective consciousness of the world, and we suddenly had to build way more airplanes than we did before, like on an order of magnitude several thousand times higher. And
Berlin wasn't going to flatten itself.
No, sadly. Actually, they were planning on flattening most of it to build whatever megastructure stupid thing he wanted to put up. So
it would have been a lot easier if they had, though.
We were trying.
Let them keep going until they've knocked everything down and they're about to build it back up, and then we'll bomb the piss out of them.
Nowhere to hide.
The USAF making Berlin flat since 1941. Anyways,
USAAF, thank you.
I
Yes, it was.
trying to figure out whether I wanted to be that petty or not.
Please do.
If you can't be petty on this podcast, where can you be petty?
So
I'm not worried about the company. I'm worried about the time.
Zach, 5 hours is
another hour.
There we go. Yep, I jinxed it.
But
we're at 200 slides.
Anyways, basically what happened during World War II was that every single kind of aircraft was getting produced at huge numbers. DC-3s and the military version of the DC-3, the C-47, got produced in like the tens of thousands. Bombers were being introduced left, right, and center. The first pressurized aircraft was, I think, the B-29, which was developed at the end of the war. All of these there were huge advancements in metal aircraft. There were huge advancements in wooden aircraft too. The de Havilland Mosquito was developed by the British during this period of time. That was an all wooden wonder. So lots of different developments in aviation. The jet engine was introduced during this time. The Nazis were making great strides in weird things that would eventually become useful once they got Operation Paperclipped.
Insane rocket airplanes.
Yeah.
Absolutely bonkers.
some of these things would actually become like, some of these skills would be transferable, like once they ended up in like the Soviet or the American, aviation development mines, as opposed to being in as opposed to like being in the make the Wunderwaffe factory. But anyways, once we get beyond that, jet airliners quickly follow at the end of the 1950s. Boeing 707, de Havilland Comet. It would have been the de Havilland Comet was the first one, but the de Havilland Comet was built badly, so it unzipped itself in midair several times. So the 707 basically by default, and along with the Douglas DC-8, basically took over the world in terms of aviation manufacturing. And then we get this sort of golden age of air travel as viewed by everybody who like ironically or unironically goes return with a V when they see the old airline advertisements. This was like from the 1960s to the early 1980s. And then we get on to airline deregulation.
See, I say return because not because I want air travel to be like that, but because I want air travel to be difficult, so people take trains more, and we can have more trains.
You are correct that air travel was more difficult, but it's not for the same reason you might think. Because if we go on to our next slide, we have to talk about airline regulation. Because to talk about deregulation, we first have to figure out what regulation was. So on the screen right now, we have two different images. Here we have the seal for the U.S. Civil Aeronautics Board, and on the left, we have an image carved into the headquarters of the Commerce Department, because the Commerce Department was the first regulator of airlines or of air travel in general.
Is this the same Interstate Commerce Commission that was regulating railways?
I believe so. This is before they had a Department of Transportation, really. So this was a very early thing. The airline regulation got spun off from commerce fairly quickly, but after they carved it into the building. So you can see that now.
A little bit of foresight might have helped.
Yeah, you can go wave your fist at Howard Lutnick and see this cool sculpture or inscription. Whatever it is, carving.
Engraving?
Yeah, probably. So in the 1920s, aviation is completely unregulated and it's anarchy. Apparently, and I was looking through Wikipedia for this, and I don't know if this is 110% verified, but like a lot of the commercial aspects of aviation, aside from mail travel, which was its own level of dangerous, a lot of the commercial aviation stuff was barnstorming and like other aerial demonstration jobs.
Yeah.
And so
I was going to ask about that because my memory of it, like all of the air exhibits that I've seen, is that like a lot of these planes are like, they were stunt planes. Like they were
former like World War I sort of fighter planes or bomber planes that just got pressed into stunt duty. But yes. And
yeah, because you could buy like 5 for $2 back then.
You get like a JN4 Jenny for 50 cents, and you go and make that 50 cents back by giving people plane tickets for 5 minutes in the air.
Yeah. And the problem was that with no regulation to this, basically everybody died. Like 80% or some unfathomably high number of the fatalities in 1920s aviation came from barnstorming accidents.
Ooh. Like, that does not surprise me at all.
Are you saying that just giving some guy an airplane could go badly?
No.
Heaven forbid. I'm just saying that, they always say these guys couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. No, that's not correct. They could hit the broadside of a barn. They weren't aiming for the broadside of the barn, but they hit it anyways.
They were very adept at hitting the broadside of a barn in some cases.
Barnstorming sometimes come with storm damage. Flying circuses didn't have nets, so, people died. It was giving the concept of aviation a bad name. So
before safety was invented.
Oh, well before. And then in 1926, they tried to invent safety. The Air Commerce Act put aviation under the auspices of the aviation branch of the Department of Commerce. Among its powers were testing and licensing pilots, issuing airworthiness certificates to airplanes, making and enforcing safety rules, certifying aircraft, establishing airways, operating and maintaining aids to air navigation, and investigating accidents and incidents in aviation. Which, were all things that needed to be done because we just invented the airplane. Most of these were invented whole cloth, like safety regulations and things like that, but actually, navigation routes they had to take over from the post office because mail planes were the ones that needed the navigation the most. So the post office had been doing it. So, imagine
once again, big fat W for the post office.
Imagine being a fucking letter carrier,
That's right.
and your job is to go and make sure the giant arrow carved into the desert is still there. That the mail planes have to fly over.
I want to believe in my heart that they never remembered to fire those people after they stopped doing that, and the post office just still employs people to go into the desert.
They're still doing the circuit. Yeah. They come back to the office once a year to resupply, and then they head right back out.
Funnily enough, those arrows are oftentimes still there. So they might as well be.
I mean, you put something in the desert, it will last.
Yeah. Another thing the Department of Commerce began working on was radio communications, so that airplanes could talk to each other and could be directed from the ground. This was still when radio sets were in their infancy too. So there's their work on that, but they're working towards making aviation safer. Moving forward a few years, they were renamed the Bureau of Air Commerce in 1934 and encouraged more things like the establishment of air traffic control centers, which we didn't have before. Just remember
you don't
that.
Need those. Just look out for other planes. That
see and
always
avoid
works.
See and avoid. Their first, last, and only option.
It's like they told me in marching band: use your peripheral vision.
All VFR, all the time.
If you hit them, it's no longer your problem.
That's right.
No, it's not.
It's theirs.
Look, if I've learned anything from 1920s movies, at the time, you get into a crash and you just fall in a comically well-positioned bale of hay. And that'll break your fall.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
do have to remember
There's
that
millions of those.
everything was safer back then because you did so because anything that happened was in black and white, scored to an old-timey ragtime tune.
Yeah. Nobody gets hurt in a Buster Keaton movie.
Nobody gets hurt. You just fall comedically, and then there's a Texas switch, and you get up and just walk away. It's amazing what we could do. Oh, and there's a title card that says "Ow."
Well, you gotta have some.
That's what
cue
they
for the
forgot.
piano player.
When the Valujet went down, that's what if they had just put the title card on.
Spoilers. Oh my god!
Neoliberalism deprived us of comically placed bales of hay and other conveniently placed soft objects all across the country.
The world went to shit the moment they invented sound in movies because nobody could be saved by the title card anymore. If the world were still black and white with no sound, we would be safer.
And we put all those ragtime piano players out of business.
This podcast could have been
theater
a
has its own
newspaper, and it would just be us arguing in editor's notes.
Hell yes.
Wait, hang on.
It has its own ragtime piano theater. Multiplex can have dozens of ragtime piano players.
No, they've all got those.
My political platform.
All got those American photo players where it's one guy playing like 17 instruments at the same time.
Yes.
From the Hit It Joe meme. Yeah.
Yeah. Hit it, Joe.
It's when they get a really big movie and they've got to wheel the one in from the theater next door, so you've got like dueling photo players. Fantastic. Why did we ever invent sound? Who allowed that? But anyways,
it led to having this podcast, which is its own disaster.
We could have been radio.
Right.
We could have been on radio.
This is just a radio show. Yes, welcome to RCA Radio Podcast. Let's coming in here today with with somehow that you didn't die on your way to work. See,
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Today
Work on a transatlantic accent.
Yeah.
Today
The only mistake is syncing up video and audio. We can have both separately. Neither the two shall meet.
Today we're sponsored by the Bakelite Corporation, your world in plastics, which is a material we've just invented. It helps the wife out in the kitchen, see, by making all her pots and pans out of Bakelite, which is a terrible thing. Do not use Bakelite in the kitchen. Over the time, it just crystallizes and breaks because of the heat.
I was gonna go out and do that before you said that, so thanks for warning me.
I thought you were about to tell me that I shouldn't be chewing on all of these Bakelite badges that I have.
I don't know if you can eat it or not, but I know for a fact that a friend of mine had one of those giant Aga stoves that don't ever turn off, and his wife almost killed him when he turned it off, and because it was the summer and it was hot, and he turned it off and she almost killed him, so he tried to turn it back on and the Bakelite gas valve broke off in his hand.
Hell yeah.
And so she almost murdered him. But
that's gonna be an expensive fix.
Bakelite is the most aesthetic plastic.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, but maybe
At what cost?
maybe we shouldn't use it for anything safety critical.
No, do not. Do not. All your safety critical items will slowly turn brown and then crack.
Use cast iron for anything safety critical, or asbestos.
Use asbestos.
Yes.
Today's radio show is also sponsored by the
Asbestos Corporation of
Asbestos
Quebec.
Corporation, bringing you safe clothing since 1922.
And
If we
finally,
could make airplanes out of asbestos.
And finally, brought to you by Print Cigarettes, the cigarettes that are good for you with our 100% asbestos tips. Keep all that terrible smoke and heat away from your mouth with our asbestos filters.
Okay, this is to all the smokers and the former smokers that may be listening, but have you ever been curious as to what an asbestos filtered cigarette tasted like? Because you know it had to be so different than what we get today.
Zach is letting the intrusive thoughts win.
I mean, I might try once.
What'll it harm? If you do it late enough, it won't kill you.
Yeah, there you go. Can I get to that point where it's like, okay, I know the end is coming up soon.
Yeah.
And
Like those,
give me one of those asbestos filters. I'm not driving.
Out of the museum. Go break into the museum and steal that pack that's on display in that one case.
Listen, I live in a 1920s apartment building. You could probably just come here and find some asbestos.
Yeah, I've been there too.
I know on one of
Those
the rail
apartments are
bridges
fun.
I'm working on, which is entirely steel, they've managed to somehow pack asbestos into that thing.
It's everywhere.
Go to any trolley museum and ask to see the relay panel in their trolley, and
then
they will very carefully say no. And then if you ask them about the vitamin A, they'll ask you to leave.
These simple steps to get thrown out of the trolley museum.
But
It's hard to get thrown out of a trolley museum.
it's very hard. They haven't told me to go away yet.
Oh, I got yelled at when I was like 5 for walking on the tracks.
Yeah.
The guy was thinking about it.
That'll get you defenestrated.
Airplanes.
Except at IRM. IRM has no witness policy.
Where's the airplanes?
1938, the government, at the behest of the airline industry, which had been losing money for the last 4 years, created the Civil Aeronautics Board. The board was in charge of not just safety and standardization, but also rate setting and so much more. The CAB had 11 powers that I am aware of. First, allowing companies to enter the air transport industry. Second, allowing and denying airlines the ability to fly certain routes. Third, allowing and denying airlines the ability to exit certain routes. 4, requiring a base level of service to all destinations, generally accepted as 2 flights a day. They were also in charge of setting and limiting fares and rates for both passenger and air freight. 6, they had the authority to approve and deny mergers between an airline and any other common carrier, like another airline, a railroad, or a bus company, which actually screwed over the Santa Fe in the 1950s because they wanted to start an airline. This also included aircraft builders, so that's why United Airlines is no longer a division of Boeing, because Boeing originally started United Airlines. They also allowed and disallowed interlocking agreements where airline management also worked at another airline or common carrier. They allowed and disallowed intercarrier agreements on anything from interlined tickets to shared baggage handling. They investigated and corrected unfair business practices. In some instances, they subsidized air carriers that weren't profitable. And they also had the power to exempt an air carrier from any of the previous rules that I've listed. So,
What, you're cool? You get a pass?
essentially, or like, you know,
I like you. You could charge more for your tickets.
kind of. I don't think they really did that, but the CAB had a astronomical stranglehold on the airline industry for the next 40 years. Competition on anything other than levels of service and aircraft types flown was virtually impossible. Like, you charge the same rate as Continental Airlines, as United Airlines, as National Airlines, as American Airlines, as Braniff International, as anything else. So you all flew the same. Like, if you had a route that was also flown by another carrier, congratulations. If they're making more money from you, that's because they're cutting something behind the scenes.
The amount of unilateral power the FDR government had was just absolutely insane to me.
Yeah,
Return.
The CAB was just outrageous. Whole classes of airlines sprung up specifically to skirt it. So you had like things like the intrastate airlines, which were things that became like PSA in California and Southwest in Texas, which basically ate the trunk carriers for lunch because they were regulated by the Public Utilities Corporation of California or Texas, and therefore had much less stringent rules to abide by. PSA could charge like $12 to get from San Francisco to Los Angeles or something like that in the 60s on a 727. United could not keep up. You know, Braniff could not keep up with Southwest. Like, it was terrible.
Can I ask, like, what might be a stupid question? Like, how was this enforced?
The CAB had very strong powers.
I see.
Like, the CAB would just be like, "Oh, you're not following with this? You're not flying anymore."
Round all of your planes right the fuck now.
That's essentially what it was. This especially became true with the non-skeds. So the non-skeds were this very interesting concept, which is that basically you have, let's say, a charter airline, and everyone knows what a charter airline is, right? You basically, you know, somebody hires you to fly from point A to point B, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
one aeroplane, please.
A non-scheduled airline or a non-sked might, by chance, have a charter flight going from the same start point to the same ending point every day around the same time.
It seems reasonable to me.
But they don't have a published schedule, and they sort of operate out of the back end of the airport with like a single pop-up ticket booth. And so they just sort of not an air. They're charter flights. They're absolutely charter flights. No CAB regulation here at all. And so the CAB didn't like that, and some non-skeds flew too close to the sun and the CAB grounded them, but a lot didn't, and then a lot of them crashed and you died because they were not. Because the CAB wasn't regulating them. The CAB didn't have the authority to tell them, maintain your airplane, clean up that puddle of oil, don't own this airplane. Like they just, so like a lot of really obscure 1950s airplane crashes are from non-skeds. It was terrible. There was also flying clubs, which was its own kettle of absolutely insane. A flying club was similar to a non-sked in that they basically did not publish a schedule and they sort of flew wherever they wanted to. But the thing was that you basically paid membership into the club that owned the airplane.
Okay, so this is like the I know a guy airline.
You know a guy who has an airplane, so you pay him a membership fee to fly on it. Flying clubs actually, though, had a much bigger veil of legitimacy than non-skeds because flying clubs also did really cool shit. So there was an organization based out of Denver called Denver Ports of Call, which was one of the largest flying clubs in the country. And what Denver Ports of Call did was that basically, if you were a member, they would send you a letter or call you on the phone or whatever, because it was like the 70s. Be at Stapleton Airport on this date pack for this weather, and then you would show up, you would get on the airplane, and they would not tell you where they were going, and then that was your vacation for the week. That was your week's vacation. They would fly you somewhere.
Okay, that's
Like-
pretty cool.
Like
Yeah, also,
It
I do
does
that.
sound like that could be fun.
oh no, Denver ports of call was like allegedly like there were like 40 or 50% of the cars in Denver had a Denver ports of car bumper sticker at its height. Like everybody loved that group. That one actually went away after deregulation because some investors got a hold of it and tried to make it into a real airline, which did not work.
Yeah.
That did not work out. Denver ports of call sadly no longer exists, but it was great while it lasted.
Never let investors do anything.
That's right.
Never
Look,
let
that's
Ronald
right.
Reagan doing
Look,
it.
that right there, foreshadowing is a literary device. That's foreshadowing. But additionally, the CAB did not regulate small aircraft under a certain weight threshold. I don't remember what it is offhand. But basically, this meant that air taxi operations and commuter aircraft were created. This whole industry of the regional airline was created out of that. Because originally it was small, like most commuter airlines were like little Cessnas and Beechcraft and stuff like that, like 12 passenger aircraft. And this basically created the feeder airline industry out of this lack of oversight. Because they could do intrastate routes and just the CAB did not care.
Hey, I removed the 2x4 that keeps the wings on, so I'm under the weight limit for any flight commuters.
Sounds good. Send it. What's that, Pilgrim Airlines? You're using alcohol as a defroster inside your de Havilland, inside your de Havilland? That doesn't sound like an issue. What's that? It's spraying across the cabin and starting a fire? No, we don't see a problem with that.
I thought it was just free booze for the passengers.
That
Just
that
hire
sounds
a
good.
Russian.
Drink faster,
yeah.
cowards.
So, basically, this is the state of aviation until the mid 1970s. Was you had the trunk carriers who were heavily regulated. You had the non-skeds that were heavily unregulated. The flying clubs, which were blindfolding you and taking you to Acapulco, and the commuter air and the small plane airlines, which were like upside down in a ditch somewhere, promising that you could get to your destination eventually. While PSA flew 47 of its 12 727s an hour to Lake Tahoe for like 8 cents. There's a reason why people didn't fly as much. It wasn't for lack of trying.
Life in the old days was really just whatever.
It should also be noted that air travel was much more expensive back then because the CAB tried to ensure that airlines got a 12% ROI at all times. So there was obviously that was not pro-consumer in the slightest. But
So you're getting all this for months and months and months of your average salary, like.
Kind of. And at the same time, the CAB was not pro-airline either. For example, between 1970 and 1978, 4 airlines were allowed to fly internationally to Europe from the United States. National, Braniff, Pan Am, and Trans World Airlines. That was it.
Notably, none of these companies still exist.
No,
Interesting.
it's all for very stupid reasons, which I'll get into in the next slide. Actually, no, TWA existed the longest. TWA would probably still be around if we hadn't let noted evil man Carl Icahn gut the company like a fish in the 1990s.
I would
That's
fly
another-
places if we still had Trans World Airlines.
Notably, that's the only reason why we don't is private equity. The rest of them did go out of business for really stupid reasons. Another really stupid thing.
That
There's-
joke took me a moment.
Another really stupid thing is of these 5 airlines, Pan Am was not allowed to fly domestically in the United States.
They could only fly international?
Yeah, Pan Am, which was not the U.S. flag carrier, it was the de facto U.S. flag carrier, was viewed by the CAB as an international airline. So no matter how hard they tried, they were not allowed to fly domestically in the United States, which was fine when all the other airlines weren't allowed to fly internationally. Foreshadowing is a literary device.
All right, let's get to from Georgia to fucking I don't know what's next to Georgia by way of Cuba.
Georgia to Florida by way of Havana. That's going to be a little difficult to do because it's after Castro, but
You can
You
do
have
like
to
Cleveland to
You do the
Buffalo via
Bahamas,
Toronto.
somewhere in the.
you have to hijack the plane first.
And they did.
Yeah,
that
they
did
did
happen.
a lot. They did that a lot.
Interesting footnote. The only way to get a domestic flight on Pan Am before the end of the CAB was to be in Germany, because Pan Am basically had the monopoly on intra-German flights between West Berlin and West Germany.
Alrighty.
Because Tempelhof Airport was in the American section of West Berlin.
Oh, so American law applies, and
American,
Yeah.
What
there
the
were multiple American airlines, especially in like at the later years of the Cold War, that ran exclusively out of like Tempelhof Airport, but were based in Florida. It's a hilarious little footnote. Lufthansa was banned from flying to Berlin because of the Soviets.
And he's left the podcast again.
I had to bend down. I dropped my phone. Shut up. I'm going okay. Hold on. So there were
This is a hostile workplace environment.
yes.
I'm
Yes.
telling HR on you.
I am HR.
So
Be cool
anyways,
about it.
until in the mid 1970s, nobody was really thrilled with this state of affairs going on. Everybody was getting eaten for lunch by the intrastate lines, especially. Like, I cannot stress how successful carriers like PSA and Southwest were during this period of time. They just absolutely undercut them and instituted fare wars that the bigger airlines might win, but PSA and Southwest were scrappier. Like, starting in 1975, there was the first push to deregulate the airline industry under President Ford, and then under President Carter in 1977, the air cargo industry was deregulated first, and this was sort of a trial run for what happened in 1978, which was the complete abolition of the CAB.
Wait, so I can't blame Ronald Reagan for this?
You have to blame a peanut farmer from Georgia for this.
My day is ruined.
Not Jimmy. Come on.
Jimmy Carter did this.
Jimmy would never do
Damn,
this to
man.
me.
Not even Richard I created Conrail Nixon did this.
This is the worst news I've received all day.
Yeah, I've
Richard Nixon
pretty bummed.
created Conrail, Amtrak, and the EPA, but Jimmy Carter deregulated the airlines.
party
Okay,
foul.
I see why they voted him out of office after one term now. Nothing to do with the oil shock or the Iran. It was this.
100%.
So anyways, if we go to the next slide, I have a video of a Continental Airlines ad to sort of show you guys exactly what it was like before deregulation. If you guys, I'm gonna hit play on all of these. So just in 3, 2, 1.
We'll show you.
Joe,
We'll
they
show
can't
you
see
why
it.
this continental wide-body
It's a
DC-10
YouTube
is
video.
more fun.
This is
We have our
my
own
first
video.
class lounge where we have an assorted
Oh, you can
buffet.
see this one? Okay.
In Coach, we'll show you our pub. Yes, the pub is back, and it's more fun than ever.
With electronic pub pong, it's fun and games all the way.
On our wide DC-10 screen, and at no extra cost, we'll show you the best of the old-time cereal.
I want to be on this server.
I think I know that guy.
Yeah, I want to play Pong.
I want to see old
We'll
newsreels
show you
Yeah.
newsreels of yesterday.
wearing my stethoscope.
We'll show you exclusive interviews with
that was the
superstars of
headphones.
sport.
We'll show you animated cartoons that are a laugh a mile. Fly Continental's wide-body DC-10.
And we'll show you
I want to wear a salmon-colored suit on the plane. I guess I could just do that, but I want everyone else to be doing that too.
Can we bring back the ad jingle?
I wish there were ad jingles. And also, as another note, this is why the fuel crisis hit the airlines as hard as it did, is that because only like 5 airlines were allowed to fly internationally, and note that Continental and American were not 2 of them, it meant that these airlines had to compete with each other's on domestic routes with amenities, which is why you had DC-10s with Pong cabinets in them and in the bar.
Good.
But also this meant that American Airlines bought 747s and had like a piano bar in them for domestic routes.
Wow.
Or like Continental, I think, wanted to have 747s too. I don't remember if they did. I just remember a line from the book by Joe Sutter, who invented the 747, that the CEO of Continental at the time threw this big fit about where they wanted to have in the upper deck, and his wife basically said, "Let me talk to him after we have sex. I'll get this sorted."
What?
It's dead serious. The phrase "pillow talk" was used. That's the first and only time I've ever heard that in that sort of context.
I need to know the story behind Nolan Bushnell, like, because I know Bushnell was involved in getting Pong on those airplanes. Like,
I would love to know that.
I just want to be a fly on the wall in the room when Nolan Bushnell pitches Pong cabinets on Continental. Like,
and yeah, in the bar, like everybody did this. Like Braniff, and even like airlines that did fly internationally still did nonsense like this. Like a lot of airlines put lounges in their 747s. PSA, because they did short haul and were crazy, put an entire cocktail bar in the lower luggage cabinet of their L1011s.
Return.
And then Braniff was a really fun one. Braniff bought a single 747, and they called it 747 Braniff Place because they're trying to make it seem like a luxury hotel. They flew that airplane from Dallas to Honolulu 7 times a week, almost nonstop for 6 years before they bought a second one. They rang every dollar out of that airplane, and it still flew the last flight for Braniff, and then it got sold to a sketchy charter airline named Tower Air. They flew that until almost 9/11.
Since when was a 747 a GG1?
Specifically N747BN. Like just that one. That one like worked harder than I think any other 747 in existence.
Somebody cast some kind of weird spell on that airframe.
Braniff is like, we can only afford one. We can only afford one. They called it Big Orange in real life because it was a bright orange 747. It just absorbed the happy energies of Braniff in the 70s.
Yeah, it was ensouled through that positive energy.
Now I'm imagining us
doing pit crew turnarounds on it. I don't know, swapping out whole engines in 10 seconds.
Oh my... Hold on, I gotta show you.
I'm gonna have to go back through like old family photos because there's a solid chance that my mom flew on that thing.
Oh, undoubtedly. Here, and meanwhile, this is what like... Oh, Braniff also at the same time was doing domestic flights with Concorde.
What? Oh, right. They were like 5 seconds.
They leased... Okay, so this is another thing. Air France and British Airways would fly Concordes to DC. Braniff would very quickly sign a lease agreement, slap a Braniff tail number over the British or French tail number, fly the plane domestic as a Braniff flight to Dallas, and then they would turn around, fly it back, and it would be given back to the airline.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, this sounds like they're trying to exploit a legal loophole because international airlines are not allowed to fly domestically in the U.S., right?
No.
So by that way, they can just use the British Airways or Air France plane on a domestic flight.
Yes, that was done. A lot of airlines have done this. Also, I'm going to put something in the Discord chat. This is what Braniff was on, just generally.
God, that's fantastic.
This is just what Braniff did.
Oh my God.
I could speak for 45 minutes just about how...
A matching umbrella for the outfit.
Zach, you could go see that umbrella. They have a whole Braniff uniform exhibit at the Museum of Flight.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it. There's some dope stuff in there.
I went and saw it when I went to Dallas, and I was just like, I was like in the promised land because I love Braniff so much. Oh, here's a picture of the Concorde with another stewardess uniform.
That is the
I
most
remember
60s
seeing that
thing
one.
I've ever seen.
I remember seeing that
Yeah,
one.
I've seen this one before too.
But yeah, so
It is so right there on the edge of space age and Googie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they hired an Italian guy, Puccini, to do it. They're fantastic. But anyways, we do have to move on to more dreary matters, such as deregulation.
It's a damn shame that this is a disaster podcast. We could just talk about fashion.
The bonus
disaster
episode
is losing this awesome.
The bonus
awesome
episode
lineup.
of Joe talks about Braniff was the only thing that'll ever be along with that is Joe talks about PSA, which if you would ever like to be on the 7-hour podcast episode, I am accepting applicants for listening to me talk about PSA and all of their nonsense.
I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah, not this episode, but anyways,
We have a part 2.
But anyways, so this is airline deregulation. It did not go smoothly. So this picture, in my notes, I have it written as such. Freed from their regulatory shackles, the entire airline industry proceeded to go batshit crazy. We'll start with Braniff. So Braniff, this is an act. I don't have verification for this, but I know it's true. I just can't find it. Under the fear that United Airlines was going to massively outspend them in the post-deregulation expansion of routes, because you still had to apply for routes, but you just sort of got them, Braniff applied for over 600 routes. United Airlines applied for 2. So Braniff massively expanded, starting from like 1979. They expanded too quickly, too fast, and by 1982, the entire airline went out of business in the sort of fashion that we just saw Spirit Airlines do. This photograph is the Braniff Airlines ramp shortly after the airline shut down. You can actually see Big Orange sitting at DFW's gates after having brought in the last flight from Honolulu.
Now, I'm noticing a lot of these Braniff airplanes are different colors.
Yes.
Now, is that intentional?
Yes.
Or did they just expand so quickly that they didn't have
No.
time to
Braniff did this on purpose.
Okay.
Braniff in the 60s instituted a end of the plane campaign. And so they had like 7 different colors that they painted jets in each of them. Then they went to a different 2-tone livery. And then you can see in some of the ones in the foreground, they started right before they went out of business going to an ultra livery. So you had like ultra purple and ultra beige. Like the uniforms were ultra beige. It was incredible.
Ultra beige is a sentence, not a sentence.
Ultra beige is like, that's the computer from the 90s I have in my other room.
Yeah. Braniff was ahead of its time in so many different ways. But they also had one jet with the Dallas Cowboys logo on it because that was the team plane at the time. But you can see on the S duct of the 727s, it says flying colors. That was sort of the late 70s scheme before they went into the ultra paint of the 80s. And then 747BN in the background there is in their 1960s colors because it was never ever stopped flying enough to paint it.
No.
Again,
if it's not in the air, it's not making money.
If it's not in the air, it's not happy. Meanwhile, other stupidity was happening in the airline industry. Pan Am, realizing that now that there's no regulation, they're allowed to have a domestic air. It's a lot harder to set up a domestic feeder network than it is to have a couple of international flights. So Pan Am was going absolutely insane trying to buy somebody to set up a domestic route structure. And if they were smart, they would have bought United they would have bought TWA, they would have bought American or Continental, maybe Braniff if they'd had time before Braniff went out of business, because all of these airlines had really firm routes for transcontinental and like across the, and to like places that would feed into Pan Am's exemplary transatlantic and transpacific operations. What Pan Am did was they bought national airlines, which flew people from places where it was cold to places where it was warm in a very north-south configuration. And also flew no airplanes that Pan Am had already. So like Pan Am had L10 had mostly 747s and L1011s. National flew DC-10s, that sort of thing.
Okay, so National is the snowbird airline.
Yes, National is a snowbird airline. Their tail had the sun god on it, is what they called it, and they actually named all of their airplanes female names, so they could be like, "I'm Diana, fly with me," that sort of thing.
Oh, so they were very forward-looking in that regard.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that's where certain fetishes got started.
Let's not speak of that right now.
Not right now, maybe in the future.
PSA had their airplane smiling by this point, so who knows? But anyways, the Pan Am National takeover went very badly, and this basically set Pan Am up on the wrong foot going forward. They would eventually go out of business in the early 1990s after the disaster of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, which directly happened because Pan Am was cheaping out on security, which directly happened because Pan Am was no longer in a financially stable state because Pan Am had bought National. You know, that's a very broad simplification because they were also getting their lunch eaten by every single airline starting up international flights. But you get what I mean. The intrastate carriers began expanding to take on the trunk carriers. Southwest started expanding. PSA started expanding. A lot of the regional airlines started merging. So you got like there was Southern Airways and there was North Central Airways. They merged together to form Republic Airways. And then they bought Hughes Air West, and that Republic Airlines became a very big carrier very quickly. They eventually got snapped up by Northwest Airlines, that sort of thing. Northwest started expanding out into Trans-Pacific routes. It was a whole thing. And then the low-cost carriers started cropping up, and we must go to villain of the podcast, Frank Lorenzo, who turned Texas International into the horrible, horrible creation it was later. Texas International was an LCC, New York Air was an LCC, and People Express, which we talked about briefly, was a low-cost airline that ended up being bought by Continental once Frank Lorenzo owned it. But People Express actually started up doing cheap transatlantic flights. They were inspired by a British airline, Laker Skytrain, that had started up doing that in the 70s. So you had all sorts of competition, and airlines had to introduce low-cost options to compete. So I have down here some examples of this. You have Continental Light, which was cheap fares using Continental's brands. Shuttle by United, which did mostly intra-California stuff. Delta Express, which was another thing where they like charged lower fares. Delta Express was more in the 90s, but Continental Light and Shuttle by United were really meant to take on things like New York Air and PSA and later on Southwest Airlines and other things like that, and into the 80s. This sort of airline within an airline, they would use the shittiest, oldest planes that the airlines had and sort of fly them on like next to nothing fares.
So my question is, was there any airline that did not do this? Or was this absolutely mandatory?
I don't think that American started up a different airline, but basically you couldn't charge the CAB pricing because you would cease to exist as an airline.
That's crazy.
Just like
that many people willing to fly such shitty service. Like, I can't imagine it was good. Like, I can't imagine it was.
The flights cost nothing. And this is something that I didn't really put in the notes, but you have to remember that by the late 1970s, early 1980s, the passenger train in America is no longer a thing. Like Amtrak
I
is
guess
fully
that's
taken
true.
over. You know, the automobiles are still a thing, but in the post fuel crisis era, you've got the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit nationwide, and also, driving long distances is not always
Sucks.
fun. It sucks, especially when you've got like a Dodge Omni or whatever garbage that the big three were shoveling out at that time. Like you have like a shitbox car that you need to drive to California. No, you're going to go to the airport. You're going to ask Continental how much money it costs to fly to Los Angeles. They're going to say you can pay $400 to fly on Continental, or you can fly on Continental Light for $210, and you're going to take that, and you're
Are
going to
those
do it.
like actual ticket prices? Are those like the
No.
prices
No, I
you're
made
going to
that
be
up.
looking at? Okay, because that was going to be my next question. Was like, you're saying they're cheap. How cheap? Like,
We actually can see that in this this newspaper article here, which shows how many passengers were flying on discount fares from 1977 to 1987. This is a New York Times article from 1988. So you can see exactly like how airline travel basically like doubled or tripled within 10 years.
Also, I'm
That's
sorry
crazy.
to interrupt, but Ray, you have background noise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
I think I can fix that. I'm sorry.
but yeah, basically the entire airline industry was going through massive change. Airport gridlock was now a thing. At the same time, does anyone here know the Essential Air Service?
Yes.
I have heard of it. I'm not super familiar with it.
EAS flights are basically, what do you do if you live in Nowheresville, Montana, population 700? It's either a 6-hour drive to the nearest big city, or, Amtrak will laugh at you at 4 a.m. So what happens is...
Joe, you say this. Lancaster, Pennsylvania was on
Has
the EAS service
Lancaster,
for a while.
Pennsylvania was too. Basically, there's a federal subsidy that pays airlines to fly to Nowheresville airports or airports in smaller cities. Okay, Lancaster was Nowheresville until very recently.
Yeah, but it had Amtrak, and it had...
Yeah.
It's not like Nowheresville.
Yeah,
But
basically,
I love the EAS flight that went from Lancaster, Pennsylvania to Nantucket that Miles in Transit flew on.
Yeah, Cape Air is like that. Basically, it'll fly you to a nearby hub airport so that you can actually connect to the National Aviation Network. It's a lifeline for places like Beckley, West Virginia, Whitefish, Montana, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, things like that, where basically it's not feasible to drive to a nearby hub airport. So...
Oh, I've been on a flight like that.
Yeah, most of us have. Like, if you've ever been to Arches National Park in Moab, Utah, you have flown on an EAS flight because they would never be flying out there otherwise. Because it's just too small and too remote to be worth it unless there's a subsidy involved. So this is
bring back the RDC.
I wish we could bring back the
game.
RDC, but we don't, so we can't. But so this is where sort of aviation is at. The skies are busier than before. Airlines also start merging at this point. I sort of mentioned it with like Hughes Air West getting bought by Republic. Republic would eventually get snapped up by Northwest. Things like this started happening, and it generally just keeps going and going and going and going. Does anyone have any further questions? Ray, can you hear us still?
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to the next slide. What is Valujet? And the answer to that is it's the Nissan Altima of the skies.
Oh, that's dirty.
So is Valujet. They deserve it.
Oh, okay.
So in previous episodes of this podcast, I have shown an origin slide of an airline, and it's biblically accurate because of how many things are happening in it. I'm going to show you Valujet's now on the next slide. That's it.
That's a very simple equation.
Basically, Valujet was created out of whole cloth by a group of investors, many of whom had already been involved in the airline industry before. Key figures were Atlantic Southeast Airlines founder Robert Priddy, who became the company's chairman, ex-Flying Tigers and Continental Airlines president and Frank Lorenzo acolyte Louis Jordan, who became the president of the company, and West Air founders Maurice Gallagher and Tim Flynn, who became board members. They founded Valujet with one goal in mind: making money. And
okay, so this is the private equity airline before private equity is a thing.
no, this was private equity.
Oh, amazing!
Just
Yeah.
straight up private equity.
This was
Straight up
private
evil.
equity. Yeah, actually. And to sort of like elaborate a little bit, Atlantic Southeast Airlines was a Southeast America based feeder airline that eventually got bought by Delta. And West Air became a company that got bought by another feeder airline called Mesa Airlines, and then Mesa is still around. It's part of another group that flies a lot of the United Connection, Delta Connection sort of flights. But I didn't hear a lot of good things about Mesa Airline in the 1980s. So it basically, these were small airline guys, and then you had Louis Jordan, who was the big airline guy in terms of management. But there were other people too, but these are the main figures.
Okay.
Does anyone have to go to the bathroom at this point or anything?
Oh, did you not put intermission slides in?
I forgot.
Eventually,
Yeah,
We can
actually,
take
I
a
gotta-
break if-
I
yeah.
gotta go.
Yeah.
I'll pause it here, and then we can scroll into the next slide in a second. So yeah, if anyone has to pee, go now.
Are we back?
Guess who's back? Back again.
We had ice cream. Tell a friend.
Valujet. Tell a friend.
You got ice cream. Man, I don't have any ice cream. I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah, me too.
Go get some.
I don't
No,
have any in
not
the
now.
house.
No, get in your car. Just keep
Okay.
the mic on.
Let me transfer it over to my
This
phone.
could go into the podcast. You going to get ice cream?
I mean, we could.
Turn
But,
it into a vlog.
Anyways,
I have been drinking those, so I'll have to get on the bike.
no, you'll have to get Sasha to drive you. This is how we get Sasha on the podcast.
Oh my god.
I still want Sasha on the podcast. But anyways, we're going to start back up with
I can hear you scraping that bowl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I
thought
was
that
going to say
Joe. I wanted to give him shit for that.
I had an ice cream sandwich, thank you.
No, that was me. That was me scraping the bowl.
But anyways, so we start off the next slide with a big thanks to Ray and DJ for getting us a gift subscription to newspapers.com.
Yeah.
So
That's dope.
Anytime.
So Valujet was an airline formed in 1992. The first flight officially took place on October 26, 1993. Like many low-cost carriers, Valujet followed the low fares, no frills model, eschewing traditional things like in-flight movies, the bar, the Pong machine, etc.
Lame.
They also got rid of paper tickets. They handed you a confirmation number like a hotel would, because they didn't have assigned seating. So you would just be handed a plastic card at the gate, and that would be what your boarding number was. And also crew wages. They were in a pursuit of rock bottom airfare. Somebody might have to do the inflation calculation, but in 1993 money, a one-way ticket from Atlanta to Miami cost $39.
In what month of 93?
October.
$39, you say?
Yes. It also says it on the ad.
$89.14 today.
That's
Wow.
still
That's still amazing. Holy shit.
yes. Valujet offered. You can see with these ads in this very cutesy, cartoony style exactly how it is.
I think that also speaks to how little they were paying for the advertising, because these are just doodles, like done by some
Absolutely.
cartoonist.
Meanwhile, Valujet was paying a shitload of money on advertising itself, because I actually when I was looking for Valujet, there were like 15 different newspapers with full page ads for like 3 or 4 days in a row leading up to Valujet's introduction.
Oh yeah, like Flood the Zone.
I cannot express how much the newspaper was important in literally all of this because of just that's how news was transmitted at the time.
Yeah. It was worth it to pull out a full page ad because it was going to bring in a bunch of customers.
And so Valujet was just eating people for lunch. They used older aircraft. They used old DC-9s they bought from whoever. And they flew them as often as possible. They started with 2 airplanes on opening day, and by the end of the year, they had 15.
Okay, that's some pretty good growth.
No, you want to talk about 15, some pretty good growth. We go to the next slide. This is their route maps, 2 years apart. This is 1994 versus 1996.
Even the route maps are done in this style. It's so funny.
Oh my god. I kind of love this.
It's cute. Yeah, it's cute.
The little airplane is named Critter, which is why their call sign was Critter.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just a little guy, I guess.
Sure.
So you can see that in 1994, their hub was Atlanta. They flew to all over Florida and to some places in the north. But starting in the 90s, they flew to every fucking where. And they had introduced a secondary hub in Washington, D.C. And
they had. So are the DC-based flights the ones that have the blue lines?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which airport?
I do note that almost all of them go to Florida.
Yes. Valujet was a very southeast-focused carrier. They were trying to do the national airline sort of thing, but basically like take people from where it's cold to where it's warm. This is something that Spirit Airlines did too. And Allegiant and Frontier and everybody else.
So what I'm hearing is the opposite of Northwest.
Yes.
This is Southeast, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This checks.
Yeah, nowhere near Minneapolis, please.
How many politicians do you think were on these flights?
Okay. I know for a fact that 1. But we'll talk about that.
At least 1. Okay, sorry. I don't want to.
No. I'll talk about
plot.
that in a bit. If not, prompt me, but it was, spoiler alert, it was the Secretary of Transportation.
No, okay.
But that was a PR stunt, but we'll talk about that later. Anyways, going on to the next slide, we have to talk about finance. Valujet was making so much money. Oh my god. Valujet stock was higher than their aircraft. Accounting for stock splits, their stock price had 10x'd in like a year. Which is now obviously these numbers are somewhat influenced by the fact that Valujet is a startup. And so, you start from nothing and you get here, but like the percentages that they increased their revenue and net income by are like something that hasn't really been done except for tech companies. So I did some digging. Supermicro, Nvidia, and Micron have all managed this level of growth, this 171% year-on-year growth of revenue, 204% year-on-year growth of net income. Like AI companies right now are doing that. Zoom did that in its first quarter after COVID started. Also, weirdly enough, Zim International Shipping, but they apparently had they were rebounding from like the pandemic lockdowns and the burst in container traffic from that. But basically, like, are you this is tech company numbers.
I was going to say, like, short of some sort of national tragedy or like some sort of status quo, like seismic status quo shift.
Yeah, like
that does not happen.
Another company was BioNTech did this during COVID because they were the people making the COVID vaccine.
Right.
And Coinbase during the crypto boom. So this is tech company numbers these guys are doing.
Were every discount airline doing this, or was it just Valujet?
I could not find enough. Please email me at SYDDOYWTW@gmail.com. If I am wrong, I could not find anybody else putting up these numbers. I could not find anybody else. This is a staggering amount of growth.
Was their spending just stupid low?
Yes. I think. I mean, for God's sake, they had enough money to keep in mind the airline started October 26, 1993. October 20th, 1995, they inked $1 billion order for the McDonnell Douglas MD-95. This aircraft would become this Boeing 717.
McDonnell Douglas will kill you.
They will.
Yes.
I'm wearing the shirt today, so.
Valujet was the launch customer. Valujet was the reason why the MD-95's order books opened at all.
You can't see it, but I'm shaking my head. That's crazy.
This is like a staggering, I mean this seriously. If you bought Valujet shares when it went public in June of 1994, and by like 1996, that had gone 10x. People were making so much money so quickly. It's just,
this is legitimately insane growth.
Yeah. And one of the ways that they managed this was on the backs of their employees. If we go to the next slide.
I was going to say, like, where's the other shoe?
Yeah,
like...
here's go to the next slide. Here's the other shoe. Valujet was intentionally cheap. Louis Jordan did half jokingly say that some flight attendants are unnecessarily serving both peanuts and pretzels. There were some analysts that said that their operating margin is not sustainable. But let's talk about the big thing. Okay, so in 1995, 1996 money, pilots made $42,000 a year. Average at the big three airlines, which at the time was United, American, and Delta, was $105,000.
Oh,
and that's not a mistake. That's
which year is this from? Is this from
95, 96, somewhere around that.
I'll be generous and do 96.
Yeah, I'm getting under six figures, which for a pilot,
42,000 comes out to 88,000 today.
Yeah.
For a pilot,
that's to give you a hint, that's beginning wages nowadays at a regional carrier. And flight attendants were earning $14,000 as with Valujet, and you had to pay, and keep in mind, at Valujet you had to pay for your uniform and your training.
Yeah,
Valujet did not give you this shit for free. You had to pay for training. You had to pay for everything else, and they had a really perverse payment system for crews, which we'll talk about more later. But pilots were only paid for flights they completed. If you had to make an emergency landing or return to the airport, you did not get paid for that flight.
That's a really good way to encourage safety culture.
Illegal.
No.
That's not against the law.
Is that not illegal?
I ran the flight attendant salary through the inflation calculator. That's about 30,000 today, which is
28,000, 14,000. I'm sorry,
14,000. That would be about.
So this is minimum wage, but they were doing this because, and again, we'll discuss this later, a lot of their people didn't have anywhere else to go. Valujet was so you've scraped the bottom of the barrel, and now you're hitting the wood of the bottom of the barrel.
Are these the pilots and flight attendants who were kicked off all of the other airlines?
Yes, actually, I'm going to be touching on that here in a little while.
That's Zach's section of this, but yes, basically, if you're flying for Valujet, life has not gone the way you hope. If you're if you're in the back of the Valujet plane, life hasn't gone the way you hoped. Nobody on Valujet is there because they want to be. That's basically how it is.
Really healthy company culture here, I'm sure.
Oh,
absolutely.
It was terrible. So bad. they had like they were also very informal. One of the only mentions of their company culture in Wikipedia was that Valujet like let you show up in a polo shirt and like slacks to work. Like that was your flight attendant wear. And there was other shit. Like Valujet didn't have in-flight entertainment systems, obviously. So I read about this one thing where the flight attendants would hold contests. How many sheets is in the roll of toilet paper in the bathroom?
What the fuck?
Which is like 160 some odd squares, apparently. And you could win a prize. What? Keep in mind at the same
but the real question is, are they going for a new roll, or are they just pulling a random roll off that has been used?
I assume
so
it's
that
a new
it changes.
Roll. I assume it's a new roll. But also, imagine being like the one antisocial fuck on this plane full of tourists, and they start doing count the toilet paper squares.
That sounds like a nightmare.
At the same time, Southwest was hiding flight attendants in the overhead bins to scare people when they went to put their bags in. So,
pick your poison is what you're saying.
Until
why'd they stop practice?
They scared the shit out of somebody, and he needed oxygen. It's actually, I put it in here at some point when I was doing this research. If you guys want to look and find that article, it should say air chortle on it somewhere.
If you're going to need oxygen anywhere, on a Southwest flight is not like being on an airplane is not the worst place to be.
But yeah, this was not a an ideal setup for anyone. But yeah, Valujet was just sort of there. Their flight crews were not competent that much. Again, we'll talk about this. But first, we have to move away from Valujet for just a second, because we have to go to a specific location. We must ask, what is Miami?
Oh shit, I forgot my sunglasses.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and infamy. Is it infamy? I thought it was villainy. Whatever it is.
Villainy.
Why does this caption say infamy on it? I don't know.
Why does it also not have a space between will and never?
I found it on Know Your Meme. I don't know.
This is the budget meme site. Like Valujet, the budget airline.
But anyway, this is
budget podcast.
This is Miami in the 90s. I would like to put out a brief statement of bias. I hate Miami so much. It is one of my least favorite cities in the U.S. that I have been to. I do not like going there. I have family there, so I have to go there every once in a while. I do not like it.
Hi, Joe's family.
My brother Jonathan lives there. He is living...
I was going to go that far, but okay.
He is living his best life. He is a rich doctor, married to a doctor, with one adorable little girl in South Florida, where he owns a home. He is like... My parents, my parents fly down to see the little baby every once in a while. She's adorable, apparently. But, I've seen her once. Like,
apparently.
She's very adorable. A very adorable little girl. He's the only one in the entire family to have girls.
Damn.
Hilarious. Somehow his wife's genes managed to overpower everything else. Because no one in our family has had girls in decades.
There's so many jokes I could make right there, and I'm not going to.
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
We don't have time to go into jokes.
We've got 200 more slides to get through.
My mom listens to this podcast, which, by the way, Ray, she says you have a very pretty voice.
Oh, that's so nice.
When she listens,
she's not wrong.
You do have a very pretty voice.
I've never been told that in my life, and then I come on this podcast and everyone tells me that. I need to be here more.
That's why we have you on so often. You have a very good voice for this. You should see her do voice acting on her video game stream. It's great.
Yeah, check out Low Art Lyceum if you want to watch us stream video games Thursday and Friday every week.
And Friday?
That's my plug. Thursday or Friday.
Anyways, so now we're going to go on to the next slide, which is fun in Florida. So this is Miami International Airport in the 90s. Is an AvGeek's paradise and probably the reason why some safety analysts drink. Okay? Situated at the heart of the low-cost tourist trade, the fly-by-night cargo industry, and oh so near to the lawless skies of South America, anything and everything flew into Miami, some of which even landed properly. If we
Yeah,
I see a
thumbnail
video in
doesn't
the
look
upper left-hand
great.
corner with
Yeah,
a
we'll get
very
to that.
disturbing thumbnail.
We'll get to that in a
it's not
second.
supposed to look like that.
It's not. Actually, no, considering that airline, it might have been. We'll get to that in a second, though. So first we have to point out that I'm not just making these comments out of a dislike of South Florida. Miami genuinely was the center of airline-based criminal trades. There was a thriving counterfeit airliner parts industry for most of the 1990s and into the 2000s there.
How do you counterfeit an airline part?
So the short version is that aircraft parts basically need to have a very long paper trail attached to them.
Yeah.
And everything needs to be logged and everything needs to be made properly so that, like, you know, high heat, high vibrations, rapid temperature fluctuations, areas without proper air pressure, they need to be made right. But let's say you don't have, that means it costs money. Or you could buy some cheap shit that some guy in Miami is selling you, and it doesn't have a paper trail.
So some guy in Miami took some cardboard, painted to look like aluminum, and said, "Here's your fuselage. Go."
Essentially, yes. This had predictably bad results. In 1989, the Danish airline Partner suffered one of the worst. No, I'm sorry. Partner is a different Scandinavian country. I can't remember. Denmark's worst airline crash happened when Partner, which was a charter airline in Scandinavia, flight 394 crashed off the coast of Denmark because of counterfeit parts that had been sourced from Miami, killing everybody on board the airliner. In recent years, a theft ring had been caught when they tried to steal the flight computers out of a parked Airbus A300 at Fort Lauderdale International Airport. Exemplar A300 up here at the top.
Taking stealing a car radio to a new level.
And
yeah,
then,
for real.
more worryingly, when American Airlines Flight 965 crashed in Colombia, it took almost no time for bits of the airplane to end up in Miami for sale. To the point where, like, American Airlines had to publish a list of serial numbers from their own records, like, do not buy these. They have been in a plane crash recently.
Oof.
See, when you said airline crime, I was picturing like drug trafficking or something.
Well, I mean,
what you're
it's
saying is
Miami,
like
so
happens
also
too, but-
yes.
Well, yes, but those don't fly civilian planes. Those are like smaller scale things.
But, bullshit. All of those cargo holds are 20% pure Colombian cocaine,
Well,
and
that
you're not going
happens-
to tell me otherwise.
That happens too, and it was also at the time. It was also like marijuana and heroin, as well, because there was like marijuana smuggling going on at the same time. But like, there was also just generally sketchy operations going on the whole way around. So like, I'll show you. So if we all click on this video up here, I'll show you this first. There's no sound to this one. So this is Millen Air, which the registration November 751 Mike Alpha. This was a Boeing 707. You know, Millen Air was some sort of, I think it's supposed to be millionaire, but there's no second I, so it's just Millen Air. They were a sketchy cargo operator, and then 8 months after this video was taken, that exact 707 would crash in Ecuador, killing 34 people. None of only
those events were unrelated.
only
I'm sure.
4 of those people were on the airplane.
Jesus Christ.
And for the record, I did look. There is no investigation report, and I don't want to email Ecuador.
I would prefer Ecuador not note that I exist. So yeah.
So, anyways, next up, this other picture right here. This is a Carnival Airlines A300. So obviously we have the fact that this had its flight control computers stolen out of it. But more to the point, this sort of thing would have made the CAB explode, because this was owned by Carnival Cruise Lines, which is a common carrier, which they're not allowed to do under
Parking
CAB
my
rules.
plane and putting the sign in the window that says no radio.
Yeah,
Like I'm
no,
in 1970s New York.
yeah, basically. Carnival Airlines is sort of the exemplar version of the low-cost tourist trade business that I want to show here, because they existed for a very brief period of time, expanded very rapidly, and then ended for the stupidest of reasons, which is that Pan Am, which had gone out of business, the IP had been bought by someone else, and they wanted to restart operations. So they bought Carnival Airlines from Carnival Cruise Line, rebranded it as Pan Am, and immediately went out of business within like months. So Carnival
Every airline
Airlines
that tries to take on Pan Am's branding has just been cursed.
And then the railroad succeeded.
Fun fact, this airline going bankrupt is the reason why Guilford Transportation was able to buy the Pan Am branding and put it on their trains.
Which, by the way, are really pretty trains.
As
Yeah,
like a
and now
regional
they're
freight
gone.
train.
And now they're gone too, and they're going to be folded into CSX. They are folded,
Boo.
and now there's a Pan Am CSX locomotive.
And nothing but good things is coming to that.
No,
coming to that train.
Now, if we go down below the Carnival Airlines one, this is a DC-8 operated by Fine Air, which Fine Air is a sketchy cargo airline that killed several people because they were a shit show.
I'm sensing a bit of a theme here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine Air, famous. Their big crash happened in 1997. They switched out airplanes at the last second, but didn't update the weight and balance sheets. So the airplane took off, immediately exceeded its balance, stalled, and crashed into a car salvage yard.
Oh,
But nobody cared because only the crew died.
oh my God.
Then this red, white, and blue airplane on the left is operated by Rich International Airlines. Rich International is an interesting story. They're another like sort of sketchy fly-by-night charter operator, but for people. It was woman-owned by Jean Rich, who basically started the airline and sort of ran it with an iron fist. I think she eventually died of cancer, but Rich International went out of business in 1997 because, for reasons that we'll get into, the FAA started looking really, really, really closely into airline space that did any sort of work in Miami, or any sort of airline that hadn't been looked into that strongly before. And so Rich International stopped existing. Rich International got grounded.
Well, that's what happens when you pack your plane to the gills with marijuana.
No, the people who were packing their plane to gills with marijuana were probably the people in the center photo, because holy shit, someone is flying a DC-6 in 1994.
Oh, that's not sketchy.
Dudes rock.
Which,
I
by the way,
support them.
Allie,
Dudes rock, baby.
this airline is called Trans Air Link.
See,
Woo!
I
There you go.
support them.
I don't know anything further about them. I was literally scrolling through airliners.net trying to find the sketchiest looking airplane I could find for this image.
And you found it.
I did. Trans Air Link had cargo DC-6s in the 90s. And then if you scroll a little bit through their airliners.net page, you will find a picture on a beach in Miami of a Convair 580 being pulled out of the surf because they ditched in the water it's being towed out by like an excavator. It's hilarious.
Oh my God.
There's too much cocaine in that cargo hold.
Probably. But yeah, so this is what Miami is like, basically, like being in Miami, it would be like United, American, maybe Eastern at this point if it's not. And then you would have like a South American airline you've never heard of, a South American airline you've never heard of, Rich International, Carnival, Fine, Trans Air Link, Millionaire is crashing on the next runway. It's insane. All of these photos are from like 1994, 1995-ish.
That's incredible.
That's fantastic.
Like, yeah, the Millionaire one is the latest one. It happened in 1996. So, and in the middle of all this was Valujet too. Don't forget that. But now we have to go on to another question. What is Sabertech? which is
It's where they make the lightsabers,
different saber.
right?
It's where they make fencing sabers.
Different
Yeah.
saber.
Oh,
Is this like a flying tiger thing? Like,
No, so actually Flying Tigers was a different airline.
okay.
So we have to talk about sketchy maintenance companies. And if there was any place to have one, Miami would be it. Obviously, they exist everywhere else. They can exist somewhere else, but Miami is the place to like, if you would expect one to be somewhere, it would be Miami. So the long and complicated story of Sabertech is that Sabertech originally began as Dynair Tech of Florida, which you can see their Arizona location on the bottom right. I couldn't find a photograph of the Florida location to save my life.
some things are meant to be forgotten.
Probably. Dynair Tech was a subsidiary of Dynalectron Corporation, which is a great name. Dynalectron started out as an airline in the 60s with a different name, and then they started to become a PMC before they like PMCs were a thing that we like culturally understood. So Dynalectron slowly sort of diversified into specialty contracting, energy, government services, and aviation services. So they had various maintenance operations around the country. The other ones were in Texas and Arizona, as far as I'm aware. So I think one of them might have been a DFW, but I couldn't find pictures of that one either.
I'm seeing another pattern here.
Yeah,
Their locations.
I couldn't find anything about Dynair, except that in the 80s, 16 of their employees basically started a theft ring at Chicago O'Hare Airport because Dynair's aviation service division also did like baggage handling and stuff like that. Like you could you could hire them to like be your baggage loaders. And Dynair, they basically like stole things out of people's luggage. Like in mass.
Enterprising individuals.
I was about to say, I think that's just normal today.
Yeah, I couldn't find much else. There was a lawsuit against Dynair of Florida in the late 80s for destroying a Cayman Airways 727. I tried to look, I could not find it. The most I could find was a Facebook post that said that maybe they backed two 727s into each other, but I don't have anything further than that. And basically, you can see here a lot of Dynalectron's patches. So you've got their aerospace operations. You've got Dynalectron Corp. Be a Tiger, Vietnam, which means they were doing Air America shit. And then you've got the most distressing way to draw an anthropomorphized helicopter I have ever seen.
Ooh, what is that?
I don't think rotors are supposed to do that.
I don't have enough pixels on this screen. What the heck is going on there?
The
Nothing good, I can tell you that
The
much.
helicopter has a mouth, but the mouth is the entire cockpit. So it's very weird. Ray, you draw. I assume this is not how you do that.
I wouldn't. It raises way too many questions about how you get in there.
The cockpit hinges up to make the
doors
mouth.
on the side.
What was the?
But you know, if you're lazy or if you know if the helicopter's like backsassing you, you're gonna walk right through the mouth, right?
It reminds me of the weird designs from like what is it, Chuggington or whatever.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
it looks exactly
Chuggington.
like that.
A show I've never watched, but
I've never watched it either.
Chuggington's not terrible.
Too old for it.
Chuggington's not terrible. They do a lot of really interesting world building stuff on top of the fact that they're a children's TV show. I actually don't mind it. Because you have to remember that I did do a 4-hour presentation on Thomas the Tank Engine. So do you think
I was there.
You did think I didn't watch fucking Chuggington as an adult?
All right.
It's the rotors that are really upsetting me.
The rotors.
They shouldn't. They're not like
Joe,
pasta
stop
noodles.
they're not even at a 180 degree angle.
He's feeling very. This is like what happens when you when you're in a cartoon and you're the weakling. So you go to flex your muscles and your entire arm just dips downward.
Yeah.
Maybe the helicopters need some Viagra.
Or spinach.
Yeah, I'm
Happens
sure.
to the best of us.
That's a
It's a
different
Huey.
podcast.
You know it's gotta be old.
Well, at the time it was young, so maybe it had something wrong with it. The helicopters only do this when they're very distressed.
We
Mhm,
don't do ED shame on this show. God damn it. Except maybe
Okay.
for this helicopter.
We're not shaming this erectilely dysfunctional Vietnam War veteran anymore. We're going to move on. In 1987, Dyne Electron changed their name to DynCorp, which you can see up here, this patch at the top right, top left, and also the top right. I would like to point out that DynCorp got bought out by another company in like 2012 and was 110% a PMC at the end of it.
This
Like-
is not getting any less dystopian.
No.
No. Well, okay. So moving along with Dyne Air of Florida specifically. They started doing work for Valujet in the 90s. When Valujet started up, they started doing like low-level contract work for them. But they didn't start doing major work for them until Saberliner Corporation came along, which Saberliner Corporation was this is a North American Saberliner right here. Okay?
Okay.
North American built this as a business jet and a military trainer in the 50s and 60s.
It's a good-looking business jet.
When
All right.
production of it stopped, obviously you still have to have OEM support. North American did that for a while, I believe, after they got merged into like North American Rockwell. Eventually they decided to get out of that, and they sold off the OEM support and all the spare parts and everything to a private equity-backed company called Saberliner Corporation, which you can see here in this very blurry newspaper photo, a Saberliner company. Saberliner Corporation bought DynCorp's aviation operations, at least for the repair facilities of Dyne Air Tech of Arizona, Dyne Air Tech of Florida, and Dyne Air Tech of Texas. So, and they basically wanted to start having heavy maintenance facilities. So that's what they did. Although it should be noted that SaberTech was based out of Arizona, but actually each one of these different facilities was their own separate corporation that responded back to the mothership in Arizona.
Oh, that definitely looks like everything is above
Very
board.
legitimate. And I love a private equity buying a maintenance business for an airliner that's no longer in production, which is by definition a shrinking market.
You know, people do this all the time. Mitsubishi right now owns the aftermarket sales and service for the Bombardier CRJ. This just sort of happens. Somebody has
Love
to
this.
own it at the end of...
Love this.
I think Saberliner is still around in a very diminished form, because there's still Saberliners out there flying, and Saberliner Corporation technically holds the like the type certificate and everything.
Okay.
So it's a very strange thing. Aviation is like an onion, you know. But what's more important to our story is that after Saberliner bought out Dyne Air, Dyne Air Tech of Florida Inc. immediately signed up with Valujet to become a heavy maintenance facility, because Valujet, and we'll get into this a little bit later. Valujet doesn't really do heavy maintenance on their own planes; they contract that out. So, Dyne Air SaberTech immediately starts doing that, like for Valujet. This was in like 1995. So they start immediately doing work for Valujet on that level. Based off of later events, it's very clear that SaberTech was not a well-run shop. They relied heavily on subcontractors. Lines of communication were unclear. They relied heavily on the local workforce, who might or might not have been licensed or legal in the country. And things just sort of happened at times without anyone being aware of the entire picture. I do have a fun fact, though. Zach, because Sasha used to work for Southwest, did you ever remember that time that Southwest challenged a guy to an arm wrestling tournament in like the early 90s?
I've heard the lore. She would know it better than I would, but I don't remember
Basically, for
what
those
it was even about.
Basically, for those who don't know, Southwest had an advertising campaign called Just Plain Smart. This had actually turned out to have been used previously by a small aircraft maintenance facility in South Carolina called Stevens Aviation. Stevens Aviation was convinced to write a letter to Southwest challenging their respective CEOs to an arm wrestling match. Herb Kelleher very extensively promoted this. It went very profitably for Southwest and for Stevens Aviation, which became a much larger maintenance company off of the publicity from that. And the CEO of SaberTech, Stephen Towns, used to be a part of Stevens Aviation, and his name was on the letterhead used to write to Herb Kelleher challenging an arm wrestling match.
What the fuck?
Huh.
There's so many little things that happen like this. But now we need
Can
to
you imagine any CEO doing an arm wrestling match today? Any of them?
No.
Yeah, no.
Actually, no, I can, but it would have to be for like one of those chud businesses.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can, but it
probably.
wouldn't. See,
Yeah,
back then,
probably.
that would have raised my opinion of the airline. If someone were to do that today, I would just be like, oh, he's just like an attention
Try hard.
seeking. Yeah.
So anyways, moving on to the next slide. What is an oxygen generator? So we have to ask this question. Does anyone want to take a wild guess?
Based on the name, I would say it's probably something that generates oxygen.
I was going to say the opposite of someone who spews out carbon dioxide. Someone who breathes air back into the room.
So an oxygen generator is the thing in the ceiling of the airplane. So if you've ever flown on an airplane, they will tell you that masks will deploy from above your head in the event of a pressurization loss. This is what's connected to the mask. You pull down on the string, and immediately a firing cap, a firing mechanism hits a percussion cap, which starts a chemical reaction, because the inside of the generator is made of sodium chlorate, which decomposes into pure oxygen. This works for about 15 to 18 minutes. It should give your airliner enough time to make a crash descent to under 10,000 feet where breathing is able to happen normally. Is everyone with me so far?
Yeah. I guess that makes sense because, like, carrying enough oxygen to get you to breathable altitudes, that's going to take up a lot of space, even if it is very light. So having something that generates a chemical reaction makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But it's not something I would have ever thought about.
Yeah, and what was he going to say, Zach?
Wasn't me.
I was talking. I was going to say, from what I've heard, the pilots get an actual oxygen tank, but no one else does.
So it actually depends airliner to airliner. So funnily enough, the older airliners that Valujet had compressed air tanks that fed the passengers, but newer airliners like the McDonnell Douglas MD-80 had these oxygen generators. And foreshadowing is, of course, a literary device. I would also like to point out that the decomposition of sodium chlorate into oxygen is highly exothermic. Does everyone know what exothermic means?
Well,
HAWT, hot.
Yes.
Exo, outside, thermic, hot.
Yes, it is an exothermic reaction. It creates a lot of heat, and I mean a lot of heat. The outside of these generators, when they activate, can get to 500 degrees Fahrenheit when they are in operation.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm supposed to carry one of these things if I am handling any hazardous material that is poisonous inhalation hazard or toxic inhalation hazard. If I actually have to use it, do I have to keep the case at like arm's reach away from me?
Don't let it touch your skin.
Oh. I'm just okay, between that and basically putting a grocery bag over my face, I feel like I'd have a better chance of just running as soon as I have an issue. Fuck the mask.
Yeah, sometimes you might die anyway, so it would be better to keep breathing the oxygen. But yeah.
It may behoove you to figure out what you're supposed to do in that situation.
So yeah, I would just not let it touch you. Maybe it comes inside a box or something.
It's in a box with a strap on it, so I'm just gonna hold it by the strap as far away from my body as I can.
If the box is insulated, it should be fine. Air is a very bad conductor of heat.
I don't know that it is. I don't get to see inside of these things.
Bad conductor of heat relative to other things.
Yeah.
Just don't hold it to your skin. Although I suppose if you're using that, the option is either a very serious skin burn or your lungs turning to cottage cheese.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if I have to use one, everybody's going to know about it because there's going to be news about a chlorine leak in Dallas.
Yeah.
Watch this space.
What? There you go.
Watch this space. Only survivor Zach Liebrand reached for comment. Ow, hot, fuck, ouch. Anyways, so again, foreshadowing is a literary device. We're going to be specifically talking about Scott Aviation part number 801386-06 generators later on in this episode. They were installed in the McDonnell Douglas MD-80 series. So, but we will we'll get to that later. Right now, we have to go to the next slide and ask, what is a Class D cargo hold?
It holds cargo.
Anyone else want to put forward a guess?
It holds the cargo. That's what D is for, the cargo.
I'm going to say that obviously it holds cargo. It's the Class D part that remains somewhat mysterious. I'm going to say it maybe holds a certain kind of cargo, potentially like hazardous material, if I had to guess.
No.
I'm going to say opposite of hazardous material.
Oh, yeah, that would make more sense.
So
If we're going off fire extinguishers, it's metal that combusts.
So you're all kind of correct, but also not. So at the time, in 1996, and up to 1996, there were several different classes. There were 5 different classes of cargo compartments that could be on airplanes, as followed. A Class A is a compartment in which the presence of fire could be easily discovered by a crew member while at his station, and each part of the compartment is easily accessible in flight. So that would be like the passenger compartment. Class B is one where there is sufficient access in flight to enable a crew member to reach any part of the compartment with the contents of a hand fire extinguisher, and no hazardous quantity of smoke, flames, or extinguishing agent will enter the passenger compartment or the crew compartment, and there is a smoke detector or fire detector system inside it. A Class C is a baggage compartment, does not meet the requirements for Class A or B, but has either a smoke detector or a fire extinguishing system, or there are means to exclude hazardous quantities of smoke, flames, or extinguishing agent from the passengers, or there are means to control ventilation and drafts within the compartment so the extinguishing agent used can control any fire that may start within the compartment. A Class E cargo compartment is one used only for the carriage of cargo, in which there are separate or approved smoke or fire detector systems. There are means to shut off ventilation, exclude hazardous quantities of smoke, flames from the crew compartment, and the required crew and emergency exits are accessible under any cargo loading condition. However, a Class D compartment is one in which a fire occurring in it will be completely confined without endangering the airplane or the occupants. There are means to exclude hazardous quantities of smoke, flames, or other noxious gases from the passenger compartment. Ventilation is controlled so that the fire will only occur within the compartment, and consideration is given to the effect the heat of the compartment on adjacent parts of the airplane. And the compartment is not bigger than 1,000 cubic feet. So basically what this means, and I apologize for using a lot of regulatory language there, is that a Class D cargo compartment is a fireless box that nothing can get into. They have to, in practice, they are airtight, fiberglass-lined cargo compartments that do not allow air in, that do not really allow air in or out, so a fire will burn itself out inside the compartment.
Okay.
So what's the difference between Class D and Class E? I didn't quite catch that.
Like a Class E is a cargo plane.
Oh, okay. So
Class C is
Class D
also-
only exists on a passenger flight.
Yes.
Class C is also more well dressed and polite than Class D
Yes.
because it's classy.
I
Mhm.
that's
But
very,
no,
very
a class
trolls.
Ooh.
a Class D cargo compartment basically doesn't have. But critically, a Class D cargo compartment doesn't need a smoke detector because it's assumed that
Theoretically,
it's assumed that it will burn itself out, which is not true. This is the important thing to note is that Class D cargo compartments are supposed to be airtight and they will burn themselves out. No smoke fire detector is needed, according to the FAA. Because if you ask the NTSB, that is horse shit. And we have to turn our attention to this highly pixelated image of an MD80, of a DC-9 on the other side of the screen. This is the American Airlines Flight 132, registration November 569 Alpha Alpha, which is the aircraft pictured here. In 1988, this flight was loaded with a 104-pound fiber drum of textile treatment chemicals, undeclared and improperly packaged hazardous materials inside the drum included 5 gallons of hydrogen peroxide solution and 25 pounds of a sodium orthosilicate-based mixture. Now, I don't know what the fuck that is, and I didn't really...
Did you say undeclared? Like
Yes.
they just put it on the pallet and didn't tell anybody?
Mm-hmm. Nope, not a thing. I
No
don't know
questions.
what.
Oh, I said no questions.
Yes. I don't know what sodium orthosilicate really is, but what happens is that when these two mix, they start a fire and create their own oxygen. So as American Airlines Flight As American Airlines Flight 132 began its final descent into Nashville, the passengers reported that the floor beneath them was getting hot and feeling spongy. Smoke began to intrude into the cabin slightly. However, the pilot, believing it to be a fault with the aircraft's APU that he had already been dealing with, discounted these claims, landed the aircraft normally at Nashville Airport, taxied to the gate, and it was only at that point did anybody open up the baggage compartment and discover the barrel was smoldering inside of it, where it was put out by the local fire department.
Holy shit.
I thought that was going to be so much worse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that could
same.
have ended way more badly.
I thought that was going to be a Air Canada 797 situation.
Foreshadowing
they
is a
learned-
literary
they learned-
device.
So they learned the lesson from this and put smoke detectors in there, right?
No.
No, the lesson here is get rid of planes, always trains.
Oh, true.
That's right.
Don't
good,
worry, we've
plane
got
bad.
some fire episodes we could do on trains too.
Trains are perfect. Don't you dare say anything.
We've got one that's just waiting on the NTSB report to come out.
There's another one from England. There was a sleeper train fire in the 80s. That was terrible. But anyways, fun fact, November 569 Alpha Alpha was repaired and kept flying until when? When do you think this kept flying until?
2009.
Yeah, I'm going to say
No.
2006.
No.
Is it not retired yet?
I can't say.
I'm going to say the day it stopped.
2017.
Ooh.
Amen.
It
It's an
flew.
insanely long lifespan.
Yeah, the DC-9 Super 80 series flew forever. Oh my god.
And never mind that spongy part of the floor. Just
They fixed it. Never mind the burnt smell.
Spongy floor makes it more comfortable. You can
Yeah.
lie down on it.
That's right.
Additionally,
checks.
this sort of thing may have been the root cause of the disaster on Saudia Flight 163, but that was way more complicated. But I feel bad not mentioning it. That one, look it up on your own time. But basically, an L-1011 full of like 300 people burned to the ground in Riyadh, and nobody's quite certain why, or why they didn't evacuate, because they stopped the airplane, and then they didn't turn the engines off, and then they didn't open the doors.
Those are some choices.
That's a much longer thing, mostly involving the fact that the airline was stocked with Nepo babies and fail sons.
Dear God.
So it was really weird. Anyways, after American 163, the NTSB strongly advised the FAA to mandate smoke detectors in Class D compartments, but this was never implemented because it cost money, and also, if we want to say the quiet part out loud, nobody died. So who cares?
Laws are written in blood. Why else change them?
That does seem to be the determining factor for a lot of these things.
So because it was like a perpetually burning fire, that theoretical like no ventilation was ineffective in suppressing the fire in that case, correct?
It was making its own oxygen.
Yeah, that was my question essentially.
Yeah. So yeah, if anyone wants to tell us what sodium orthosilicate is, please do email us at SYDDOYWTW@gmail.com. And I would just like to know that. I don't, or you could leave a comment. I'm not your boss.
Or if you could like roll it up into a joint.
The Wikipedia page for it is incredibly short, but I still don't know what the fuck it is.
I didn't read the NTSB report because I was like bleeding from my eyes looking through. You saw the number of tabs I had open. I was not.
Yeah.
There's a lot of oxygens in sodium orthosilicate. There's like 4 oxygens, which
there is
from organic chemistry.
It sounds bad.
Yeah.
But anyways, if we keep moving on, we now go on to the next slide, which is Valujet and the 3-letter agencies. We have the DoD, the DOT, the FAA, WTF.
Why is the DoD here?
That's actually the next slide if we go on to that. So we're starting off with... so in 1995, Valujet applied to become a charter carrier for the DoD to basically get some of that sweet, sweet government contracting money. And the DoD, to their credit, looked into it, did a fairly involved look, and said that Valujet was not safe enough to be a DoD carrier.
No shit.
Now somehow Tower Air did not escape this scrutiny, because apparently Tower Air was worse. I don't know how, but Tower Air didn't kill anybody, so clearly they were doing something right. Or
someone hit someone a 20.
Yeah. Also
maybe a couple 20s.
Also, fun fact: N747BN what eventually ended up at Tower Air. So that was who they were flying. They were flying God's 747, basically. Maybe that's why.
Oh my God.
The GG1 of the skies.
The hardest working 747 in America flies for Tower Air. What a horrifying thought. But anyway, the DoD did basically say that Valujet was not sufficient to be in Jarhead, and then proceeded to tell absolutely no one. They prepared this report for internal use. They shared it internally, and then didn't tell anyone at all.
Oh.
So
furthering the stereotypes that all of these agencies don't actually talk to each other.
Well, this is pre 9/11, so it wasn't a stereotype. This is the circumstances that led to 9/11. Is nobody talking to the government? Then we're going to go on to the next slide. Now we have the Department of Transportation. So the first real scrutiny that Valujet came under was in January of 1996. So we have the absolute clown show that was the hard landing of Valujet Flight 558 at Nashville, which we're going to talk about on the next slide, so don't worry. Valujet 558 basically crash landed in Nashville. This attracted the attention of a Cleveland Plain Dealer reporter who was covering the airline beat and was friends with and DOT Inspector General Mary Schiavo, whose book Flying Blind, Flying Safe is here and was an invaluable resource during the research of this episode. And she basically started investigating Valujet on her own, because the DOT Inspector General is not supposed to inspect airlines.
Yeah, no, that's not their job.
That's not her job in the slightest. But she read about this and heard so many things about Valujet that she basically sent her investigators down to Atlanta to Valujet's offices to do some work anyways, which royally freaked out Valujet, by the way. Within like 2 or 3 weeks, the Secretary General, she got brought to she was in a meeting with the Chief of Staff of the Secretary of Transportation, who very calmly asked, one of my best friends is a lobbyist for Valujet. What should I tell her? Because Valujet had spent millions of dollars on lobbyists and not on safety, as one does.
That checks.
Additionally, this is actually where we know that at least one government person flew on Valujet. The Secretary of Transportation did fly on Valujet to Atlanta because he was supposed to go there anyways for something, because this is all in the build-up to the 1996 Olympics as well. You have to remember that that's going on in the background, like just in the back of your mind.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that adds some
everyone's flying.
context.
So and an Atlanta-based airline too. So Valujet
Just
is
a little bit of extra scrutiny.
Yeah. Well, no, Valujet wasn't getting any scrutiny. We'll talk about that in a second. But he basically flew on Valujet to be like, see, it's safe.
Oh God.
And because, why she did that? Because Mary Schiavo's investigative team found something incredible. Valujet had an accident rate 14 times higher than the average U.S. airline.
What the hell?
In the first
What?
quarter of 1996, they had 59 emergency landings, almost one every other day. Somehow
every
Tower
day.
Air,
Getting paid.
somehow Tower Air was less safe. She did not mince words about them either, but I wasn't really looking for what they had to say. But somehow the DoD was like, yeah, they're fine.
Okay. All right.
So Valujet was basically like, if you landed normally on Valujet, that was worthy of applause.
It was
The
not the
only
norm.
time you should applaud when you land.
You lived through a Valujet flight. Valujet was in the air for like 3 years, and and by the end of 1996, there will be 3 NTSB worthy accidents that they have had. So now we're going to go to the next page, and we're going to talk about Flight 558 for a second, because it's one of these very not well-known accidents that's an absolute clown show. So as I said earlier, Valujet didn't pay the crew if the flight didn't land successfully. So they were encouraged to get to the destination no matter what.
That's healthy.
Basically what happened on Flight 558, and you can see the aircraft, November 922 Victor Victor down here. It was it had some sort of fault with the landing gear, where basically the aircraft thought that it was still on the ground because the strut in the landing gear hadn't depressed far enough on the ground. So the weight on wheel sensor was basically thinking the airplane was still on the ground. So the landing gear wouldn't go up, and the takeoff configuration horn was still going off. So what they should have done was they should have flown around and landed back in Atlanta, but then they wouldn't have gotten paid. So instead, they found the circuit breakers for the relevant alarms and everything and just turned them off, which you can do that. It's not going to crash the airplane. You just have to fly with the wheels down, which is stupid and bad.
That's so much drag.
And they did. They flew to Nashville with the landing gear down. And their plan was, because having those specific circuit breakers popped would mean that you would have to manually deploy the spoilers, which, for anyone who doesn't know, spoilers on an aircraft are the bits that immediately pop up on landing to disturb the airflow and keep the airplane from taking back off again, which you kind of need because you're trying to land the airplane. Not having the spoilers go off automatically is not that big of a thing, but these guys were working for Valujet, so they were also very inexperienced, and they didn't want to do that, so they decided on their landing, like right before landing, when they should be concentrating on flying the airplane, they were just going to push those circuit breakers back in, and then the spoilers would automatically deploy when they landed. except that the airplane still thought it was on the ground, right?
Oh,
So they pushed those back in, and the spoilers deployed immediately.
No.
The aircraft smashed to the ground short of the runway with enough force that it broke both radios in the cockpit, knocked the front tires off the bead of the rim, cracked the floor, and left chunks of the airplane at the edge of the runway. They managed to
so hard.
They managed somehow, presumably from just bouncing on their suspension, to lurch back into the air, did a full go around with no radio. Nashville Tower saw this, so they knew what had happened, and they landed on the other runway and, offloaded passengers, and everyone was fine. But it was... this sort of thing just sort of happened on Valujet. And actually right here, this author here, Elizabeth Marchak, she was the one who reached out to Mary Schiavo to start her investigation. And by the way, when they landed it again, they slowly drifted the airplane off the side of the runway and put it on the thank you for flying Valujet. We hope to see you again.
Now, did they get
lost
paid?
their license, right?
What?
They lost their license, I hope.
I don't think so.
God damn.
I like that you also kept the sub headline here that says Valujet planes had many uses for duct tape.
Yeah. No, listen, I cannot stress how important newspaper coverage was to Valujet. Valujet didn't fly to Cleveland, and yet Elizabeth Marchak at the Cleveland plane dealer was like, these people are going to feel my wrath specifically. And God bless her.
Yeah, I was going to say,
she is like 70% of the reason why anybody knows anything about why Mary Schiavo started looking into this airline.
Can you imagine being in the tower up there and just you've cleared somebody to land, you're kind of watching, you're maybe keeping an eye on them because you have somebody else that wants to land right behind, but you want to make sure this plane lands okay. And just all of a sudden this thing just slams down short of the runway, basically breaking the laws of physics, or as you would expect the physics to behave without knowing what's actually going on that plane.
Left chunks of the airplane on the runway.
Yeah, just
big
dumps
enough to
off
be seen.
8% of the plane, and then it just takes off again. And you're sitting there on the radio going, hey, Valujet, what the hell?
And they don't answer.
What you doing? Yeah, and you just watch on the radar as they circle back around, and then you have to call everybody else and be like, hey, I know we just cleared you to land, but I need you to turn around.
The transcripts in the final report, they did actually have to do that. Basically, that what you said actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, checks out.
And for anyone who's listening, if you want to read the NTSB report, do that. I would also just pause the episode and read the plain dealer headline right here. That has a very good pocket summary of it. But we have to ask, so why is the FAA not doing anything? Why is Mary Schiavo looking into this on her own? She's supposed to be tracking down I don't know, accounting crimes for highway contractors or something.
Somebody has a buddy who has
actually it's not why. We're going to go to the next slide. So, the FAA was under the impression that they were supposed to support airlines in all of their different things, right? This interpretation of their role meant that when an upstart airline like Valujet started putting up big numbers, the FAA had no interest in messing with it. They were intentionally ignoring many of the warning signs because it would make Valujet look bad. These were just growing pains.
Just growing pains.
I don't know if they actually said that, but basically the FAA was really interested in promoting aviation, and investigating one of the biggest airlines in the Southeast right now is not a good look, because it not only drives down Valujet's numbers, but it also makes people think, aviation's really unsafe. We should probably not fly this year to Florida. Let's take the train. Let's drive there. Let's not fly United or American or anybody else. Because there were dozens of low-cost airlines starting up around this time that we just haven't talked about right now. And it was just this is what airline industry was in the 90s.
So you're telling me the FAA's position was boys will be boys?
The FAA's
Basically.
to an extent, yeah. The FAA's position was it's a phase.
This is a teenage male
incredible.
son. We're
Yeah.
trying to get him into Harvard. We know a guy, and we just need to, they'll grow out of it, and hopefully in 2 years.
Yeah, like basically the only reason why the FAA did anything was that Mary Schiavo was poking around. Eventually they got, because the people in the FAA field offices were actually writing really really impassioned reports of like, holy shit, guys, Valujet's like doing this, it's going to kill somebody. And like, it was getting up to Washington, they just weren't doing anything with it. And so like, eventually Valujet was put on basically an improvement plan with like stricter scrutiny from the FAA in like Q1 of 1996, where they were like having their growth limited by like, you can't buy as many planes, you can't do this, you can't do that, like to keep their unchecked growth under control. Because the real thing was that Valujet was growing so rapidly that they could not keep anything up to quality. And we'll get into that in a couple of slides. So the FAA finally started doing that in Q1 of 1996, and that is a phrase we would like to use as too little, too late. And so and according to Mary Schiavo, it did seem like the FAA was only doing that to make sure that everybody would eventually lose interest. Like, they're just waiting for everyone to lose interest and be like, yeah, you're fine. Boys will be boys. It's growing pains. He'll get it right eventually. So if we go on to the next slide, remember DOD, DOT, FAA, what the fuck? Here's what the fuck. If we go to the next slide, this is Valujet Flight 597.
I don't think it's supposed to look like that.
No, it's not. This is yet another
pre-seasoned
accident. This is yet another accident on Valujet. This happened well before Mary Schiavo started looking. This was their big public accident, and no one gave a shit. Flight 597 suffered an uncontained engine failure in Atlanta in 1995, burned the entire DC-9 to the ground. And really, the only reason that Valujet kind of got away with that is they managed to source the engine that exploded from an even more slapdash and like less put together carrier than they are, which was Turkish Airlines. Turkish Airlines had sold them this engine and several airplanes as well, and just hadn't really kept any records for the engine, didn't really notice that it was cracking. It should be pointed that the engine also was like covered in rust, and Valujet didn't notice or didn't care. But
I was going to say, I'm sure they noticed, right?
Yeah, it's hard not to notice.
Of course, nobody also said anything about the fact that Valujet was buying cheap engines from anyone they could find. So that was just sort of like, it caught on fire, but they bought it from some shitbags who didn't maintain it, so it's fine. Like me
it's
buying
not
my
Valujet who didn't maintain it.
Yeah, it's like me buying my limo and getting mad at everybody else instead of myself for being an idiot. But anyways,
I think with cars, you are allowed to curse out the previous owner.
Yeah, a little bit. Valujet does not have such an excuse. But anyways, 7 people were injured. Nobody died, so nobody cared. Moving on. Now we get on to SaberTech and Valujet, a match in search of kindling.
That's good.
Oh.
I enjoy this title.
So I would like to point out that this is the actual SaberTech hangar in Miami after 1997, when it was owned by Commodore Aviation Inc. So this is, imagine in your minds, basically the Dynair branding with SaberTech written on it instead, and that's what it would have looked like.
This is the scene of the crime. This is actually where it all went down.
This is not the scene of the crime. This is the if we're imagining like a crime drama, this is the killer going to like Home Depot to buy shovels and lie with cash.
Okay.
So why was all of this happening to Valujet? Why were all their planes doing this shit? Because like Flight 558 had the landing gear problem. Flight 597 caught on fire. Why was this happening? Well, it might have been down to them not having any maintenance facilities of their own. They had two shops, one in Atlanta and one in Washington Dulles, and they were not equipped for anything more than a B check. So, before we start, does anyone know the levels of checks that commercial airliners need?
No.
No.
Okay, so it starts.
When you say levels, go
Yes.
on.
So the airliner checks go in the following order. So there's something called an N check, which is basically every 2 days. This one must have been instituted after the rest of them because it does go A, B, C, D in order. So for the rest of them. So an N check is every 2 days. I think it's basically just to make sure that nothing immediate has happened. An A check is every 100 flight hours, at least for the DC-9 or the MD-80, because this is like, a lot of these are set by manufacturers. A B check is every 500 flight hours, or an interval of time set by the manufacturer. A C check is every 2 years or a defined number of flight hours, and a D check is every 6 to 10 years. And these get more and more like in depth as they go. So like an A and a B check is basically like getting the oil changed in your car. A C check is like getting an engine out service in your car, which is basically an oil change for Audi owners. And then a D check is you take your car apart down to the floor and like are inspecting every bolt carefully. D checks are something that airlines plan their fleet management around, to the point where like having a D check coming up, if the airplane itself is paid off, is reason enough to maybe think about selling it.
Holy shit.
Like this costs
that expensive?
It costs several $1 million and takes like 2 months.
So, did our favorite orange 747 just like never do these?
No, Braniff did occasionally have to lease another 747, or the few times it ever went like down for like C checks and stuff.
I noticed that the amount of time you said it was flying without basically nonstop was like about D check interval time.
Well, then they bought another 747.
Of course they did.
Braniff was expanding, and so then they had another 747 at that point.
Okay.
But like they only had one for like a really long time.
Oh my god.
Like that thing was only down when mandated to be. But and sometimes when it had to go in for like unexpected maintenance, they would swap in a DC-8.
It's
okay.
a bit of a downgrade.
A
Little
bit.
A touch.
Yeah. But anyways, so yeah, this is so as we've gone through this list, Valujet can do an NA and B check. But here's the thing. So Valujet buys cheap pieces of garbage from other airlines that don't want them. So Valujet has to. So, and why would they not want them? It's probably because the C or the D check is due. So Valujet has to do the D checks on these.
Well, that's probably why they got it so cheap.
Yeah, but this means that Valujet doesn't have the ability to do its own D checks.
Just fudge the paperwork and send it on its way. It's fine. We'll notice.
Pencil whip it.
Well, they hired the next best thing. They hired SaberTech. They hired not just SaberTech, they hired like at least 20 different contract maintenance facilities all over the US to do their heavy maintenance for them. Now, I don't know about you guys, but having to keep track of 20 plus different shops, keeping your like 50 plus airplanes in order is not easy. I don't think it's easy.
No.
So,
I see a lot of cracks for things to fall in.
Some of them might even be in the fuselage. Who knows?
God.
But
I'd also imagine, seeing as you're dealing with what's essentially contractors, is going to be a lot of bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, undoubtedly. In fact, that bullshit is why we're here right now. But so SaberTech was just one of many contractors. They also did line level maintenance. They also did like standard line maintenance for Valujet. So if like your airplane broke on the flight down to Miami, they would come to the gate and fix it there too. for little things. So they were doing a lot for Valujet. They were basically Valujet's Miami contractor in total, which was huge for SaberTech, because you can see like all these different pictures. A lot of what SaberTech and a lot of what all these other independent maintenance shops do is they'll just do anything. Like you can see in this bottom picture, we've got two 727s, a 707, something else in the back, another jet over here, just everything. Whatever you've got. As we'll discuss more in the next slide, Valujet was a demanding customer and SaberTech was not a studious workplace. Many of the jobs there were done quickly and under pressure, especially when coming up deadlines. Valujet's contract allows them to impose monetary penalties on SaberTech for delays, and SaberTech often ran a shop consisting majority of contract workers themselves. So we've got sub and subcontractors.
I can't see anything going wrong here.
I hate this setup.
It gets better. SaberTech's own workers were often Hispanic, and many of them did not speak English as a first language, or allegedly did not speak English at all. So
I was gonna say, like, a lot of, one hand not knowing what the other hand is doing. I feel like the fingers next to each other didn't know what they were doing.
The fingers next to each other are explicitly ignoring each other.
I'd imagine the fingers are also trying to scam the hand, and the hand's trying to scam the elbow.
The fingers are scanning the hand. The hand is finding the elbow for delays on the shoulder.
Really functional corporation we got working here.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the American construction industry?
The last line in the notes for this slide are, these are the exact two companies I want on a safety critical operation like aircraft maintenance. So if we go on to the next slide, we have to talk about 3 airplanes. November 802 Victor Victor, 803 Victor Victor, and 830 Victor Victor. And we're going to talk about what they are, and then we'll get to why they are. So 802 Victor Victor and 803 Victor Victor were the 2 surviving McDonnell Douglas MD-82s from Inex Adria Airways, which was a Yugoslav airline that bought them in the early 80s, in 1982 specifically. They flew intra-European flights for Inex Adria, and after the breakup of Yugoslavia, it became Adria Airways. Fun fact, Inex Adria may have paid for them in pressed ham. I'm not certain, but I think it's worth mentioning.
I mean, pretty common for
elaborate on that.
Basically, pressed ham, like ham in a tin.
I love just putting a pig in a hydraulic press.
Yeah, because basically the cash wasn't convertible, and Douglas was willing to take money in any form. And so I know for a fact in the 70s, when Adria bought its DC-9s from them, that they just shipped ham to McDonnell Douglas and was like, you sell this and keep the proceeds and we will take the DC-9s.
Steamed hams.
Yes.
Hey Pepsi, here's some scrap submarines.
Here's some battle.
Yeah, exactly. This is how Coke ended up with the Navy.
Douglas accepted payment in Soviet spam.
Yeah, and they
spam.
Do you know Yugoslav ham? And do you know who the first customers were for the Yugoslav ham? McDonnell Douglas's own employees, because they sold it in the fucking canteen.
That's evil.
They sold
evil. It. You will eat this if you want a job.
You will buy these in tins and feed them to your children if you want a job.
Holy shit.
I wonder if they made like a nice sauce like Volkswagen.
I'd hope not.
How much fucking ham buys you an airplane?
Like $10 or $20 million worth, I bet. Because they bought a fleet of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture like how much ham is $10 or $20 million worth.
It wasn't just ham. I think there were also consumer goods.
Okay.
But I'm just imagining McDonnell Douglas being forced to accept Yugos and ham in exchange for these jets.
Just stuffing them floor to ceiling throughout the hangars and any spare planes they have.
Oh, that would smell incredible.
Yeah, here's your. It's like Ben and Jerry's where they let people take ice cream home as part of their check, except it's ham and it's mandatory.
Ugh.
Mandatory, if you will.
Mandatory ham is my new band name.
Mandatory Yugoslav ham. So anyways, these jets flew for Adria for quite a while. I said surviving because they ordered 3 of them. These jets were registered as Yankee Uniform Alpha November Alpha, Alpha November Bravo, and Alpha November Charlie. And Alpha November Alpha crashed in like 1983 in the deadliest accident in Yugoslav history.
Oh.
Or wherever it was that it crashed, but everyone on board died. So ANC and ANB continued onwards. They were eventually they were either sold or long-term leased to a Greece airline called Venus Airways in the early to mid 1990s, where they were given Greek registrations of Sierra X-Ray Bravo Bravo Victor, and the totally ungoogleable Sierra X-Ray Bravo Bravo Whiskey, which if you want to sound that out, it's SXBBW.
Oh.
So totally
Dude's got
couldn't
to type, apparently.
Totally couldn't Google that.
Yeah, no. Do not put that into the search engine of your choice, which I hope isn't Google at this point.
You can actually see on the picture right here, this is SXBBW. It's big and white, so of course it is.
I can't see your pointer. Which one are you pointing at?
It's the one on the left. The middle left.
Middle left. Okay. Damn.
And then both of these got sold to Valujet in February of 1996, where they would be sent to SaberTech in Florida, along with November 830 Victor Victor, which has a much less funny history. That was sold new to Trans-Swede Airways in 1987 as Sierra Echo Delta Hotel Charlie, and Trans-Swede Airway. I guess Sweden didn't like trans, and so it closed down in the early 90s, and the jet was just sort of sold to Valujet. Allie, do you have any comments on this?
I think it's a great tragedy. Also, I looked up SXBBW on DuckDuckGo, and almost all of the results are about the airplane.
Okay, so if you put it in
big fat win for DuckDuckGo.
If you put it into Google, it asks you it tells you safe search is on.
I have to put search on moderate on DuckDuckGo.
You have to turn on SXBBW. You have to type in SXBBW airplane for it to give you anything.
Huh.
But
I have to go to the second page before I start to get anything really problematic.
So Google is just like that then. Good to know. But so it's now February of 1996. We're moving closer and closer to a specific date. It is all 3 jets were sent to SaberTech of Florida for rapid turnaround and re-entry into Valujet's fleet with a due date of late April, early May, depending on which aircraft it was. Work was, to put it mildly, chaotic and rushed. Over 587 people logged hours working on the jets. Overtime was the norm, and of those 587, 75% of them were contractors for SaberTech. So
subcontractors galore.
Yeah, basically from like 6 different companies too. Some of them were from McDonnell Douglas, some of them were from other contractors in the local area, and it's a whole mess. Right? And Valujet naturally doesn't have a huge presence there. Valujet usually has like 2 or 3 tech guys who I can't tell if all of them worked for Valujet or if some of them were contractors that Valujet themselves hired. But they were basically walking around making sure that nobody was doing anything exceptionally stupid.
How'd that work out for them?
Yeah. How do you manage that many
One
people?
of these guys really earned his pay.
Oh my god.
The penalties imposed by Valujet were I don't know if this is steep or not. It was $2,500 a plane a day past deadline for these jets.
So they're not just like shooting a guy if he like screws into bolt wrong.
Well, most of them don't work for Sabertech. That wouldn't mean anything.
Don't you dare cross-thread it. So help me God. We know where you live.
According to some workers who spoke to the FAA and the NTSB and was later reported on by the Miami Herald, both Valujet President Louis Jordan and Sabertech CEO were in the building at times, pressuring supervisors and workers to get this shit done immediately.
How? No, go ahead.
According to some workers, there was, independently of that, a meeting at one point where mechanics were called into a room with unfinished work orders and tickets that needed to, and were told to sign off on them right now.
Shut the fuck up.
Keep in mind that you do have to have a license to be an aircraft mechanic in the United States, and most of these guys would, if you do that, you lose it. But so most of them said no. Most of them.
I hate that you said most.
Yeah, that's not great.
Some of them apparently did sign off on uncompleted work.
We're okay. I'm going to condemn this in a later discussion, but we're going to slash those guys' tires in the parking lot, okay?
Yeah, I mean, some of them... Look, apparently a lot of these guys that worked for Sabertech did not have great anything. You know, it's not great. Working for Sabertech did not seem like a fun job.
Holy shit.
And then anyways, if we want to talk about how really dysfunctional it was, we're going to go on to the next slide. So, you know, just so much. So one of the like later issues with these jets happened like towards like April-ish, May, like early, like maybe late March, where Valujet sent out work card number 0069. Yes, really, there is a 69 joke in this accident, where they wanted the oxygen generators replaced on 802 Victor Victor and 803 Victor Victor. Like a lot of equipment on commercial airliners and in the medical field, a lot of aircraft parts have an expiration date at which point they have to be removed, whether or not they've been used. Also, there were most of the generators that needed to be replaced were on 803 and 802, but some on 830, which was the trans-suite aircraft, had either been expended somehow, maybe by accident, or were on the verge of expiring. I'm not really certain on the specifics on that, but after all of what we're talking about happened, generators from all three aircraft were found lying around the Sabertech hangar.
Just like chilling, or
just like chilling. They're not supposed to be.
How often do you actually need those things?
They're not supposed to be
let them
chilling.
Go a little out of date.
It's like milk. It's like 3 days after the expiration date.
It's more like guidelines.
So, apparently, at least several of the generators had been set off by Sabertech staff out of curiosity. Some weren't.
What happens if you open one of these things after the expiration date? Can you get high on it?
If you set it off, it makes a hissing noise and gets hot.
Sounds right.
Whoa.
It's really not. They set like a couple of them off, noticed how underwhelming it was, and then proceeded to not do it again.
Yeah, I've been there.
So what happens next is really the most important part. So Valujet, to their credit, did actually include instructions in the work card and in the McDonnell Douglas manuals how to replace these. They provided instructions on how to replace these canisters. Okay. And the Sabertech guys didn't read them. Or maybe they did, but they didn't do it right anyways.
Or they couldn't read them.
Most of the guys who would have been signing off on the work could. It was it was like the lower level guys who couldn't.
Okay.
But because you have to be able to pass the airframe and power plant test in English to get your license.
Fair. Okay.
Now, the reason why this following the instructions is so important is that when you take the oxygen generators out, the old ones, you have to make them safe because they could accidentally go off. And because basically you've got a firing cap and a percussion mechanism. It's a gun, kind of.
It's
an oxygen gun.
It's a firearm without a projectile.
Yes.
I'm picturing like disposing of an aerosol can.
Yeah, kind of.
No,
basically, well, here, hold on. Go back to the slide with the let's go back really quick to the slide with the oxygen generator on it, which there's so fucking many.
Number 18.
Yeah. You can see percussion cap and firing mechanism. So basically, when you pull down on when the masks drop from the compartment overhead, the masks will fall down, and then there's a lanyard that connects it to the firing pin. And the firing pin, when you pull down, the firing pin is yanked and actually hits the and hits
that's why they tell you to pull really hard on the
Yes.
cord.
Yes.
Because this is more like a cannon where you've got to like yank on a firing string to actually make it work. And so and then that triggers the chemical reaction. And so in order to make these safe, you have to put a cap on the percussion element to keep the firing pin from accidentally setting it off. The issue is that Sabertech, for whatever reason, had never really dealt with oxygen generators before and didn't have any of these caps. Again, I don't know whether it's not that they didn't have caps for this specific model or if they didn't have caps at all. That the NTSB report was not clear on that specific thing. But in any event, I keep saying in any event,
Any who's'll be.
There was also some dispute over who had to pay for it, I believe. Who had to pay for the caps?
What the fuck?
I believe the caps cost like $9 from a local parts distributor, but nobody was
$9 for what? Like a pack of 100 or something?
Maybe it was $9 a cap. I don't know.
Still, this
it's not enough money to be worth it, to be worth doing, to like getting that all in a fuss over. But what happened was that basically the caps never got put on. They didn't have any caps and they were under time crunch. So they just pulled the things out and they kept putting the new ones in. And what happened, and so they put some of the generators in cardboard boxes that had previously carried the new generators, right? The ones that they were replacing in the two jets. However, they had more of them. In the end, they would have like 140 some odd of these generators. And they just started putting them in whatever box they had to hand, which according to the Miami Herald article I read, included cardboard cartons that had held the paper towels for the bathrooms on the jets.
Those will be fireproof.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not
in
flammable.
lieu of caps, Sabertech's employees got creative. Some taped the pull string to the casing of the generator, while others simply cut the string off. They also had to improvise on the tags they put on them, because you can see down here this green tag. This is how Sabertech marked things that were repairable or that were like repairable, but weren't serviceable right now. Because the Sabertech guys really weren't sure what to do with these things because they worked, technically. What they actually should have done was thrown them away, because the oxygen generators at this point were actually hazmat, because when sodium chlorate breaks down, or just sodium chlorate in general is a hazardous material, and so they should have had their hazmat contractor dispose of it. But they didn't really know what to do with these things, and so they marked them as repairable. They used these repairable tags and stuck them in the in cardboard boxes. until they ran out of green tags and they had to use white tags that meant remove or removed/installed instead. Regardless, this was not the right thing to have done, and because they were hazmat, and and the only reason why nobody did anything with this is that these were older generators, so they didn't have hazmat stickers on the casing like the ones they were putting in. So nobody knew that these were anything other than just like oxygen generators that got hot, kind of.
It was a mystery box, basically.
It was a mystery tube the size of a tennis ball. What do we do? It makes a hissing noise when it goes off.
And they were like, well, it's not marked hazardous, so there's like no urgency around this.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
I mean, if
They
it was
wouldn't have
hazardous, they would have marked it, so we can just
I'm
do whatever the
saying.
fuck we want.
Well, they didn't
Figure it
even
out,
think.
it's
It didn't even occur to them that it was hazardous. Hazardous, just marking it as hazmat might have given them a hint as to what to do with it. But under what they thought was happening was basically, we got no idea. This is just going away. This is going in a box. Even better, the Sabertech guys, because they didn't know what they were dealing with, inconsistently marked the tags with outdated, out of date, or expired on them, which is really helpful for anyone who doesn't know what these are to see that tag.
Yeah, for real.
Even better, at one point, a mechanic noticed that one of the generators had actually gone off in a box, melting the plastic bracket it was attached to, but nothing was done. Meanwhile, the only good Valujet employee was on the case. Their technical representative, Richard Darcy, had seen these things getting stacked up in boxes, and he had previously worked for McDonnell Douglas early in the 1990s, so he knew what they were, and he wanted these things to have caps on them from the beginning. But he was talking to people from Sabertech, and he wasn't getting anywhere. And eventually he noticed that the generators, which were just in random boxes now, were sitting on metal shelves directly underneath one of the MD-80s. Which he was like, no,
Good place.
those are a fire risk. Get them out of here. I don't know if he actually said fire risk, but he obviously understood what they were and did not want them near his airplane. So Valujet, he asked for them to be moved and capped again. And they were after a month and 3 more requests to various supervisors. He even told them that the items were hazmat waste and should be disposed of accordingly. Magically, when the NTSB came calling, nobody at Sabertech remembered having any of these conversations.
Oh, I'm sure.
Really, Richard Darcy is like one of the only good people in this story. You can actually see, this is again a snippet. These two things are snippets from the Miami Herald article that I was talking about. And if you can take your time to read them, and it's like, this is him like, get rid of these things. And eventually, a project manager by the name of Miguel Villavicencio eventually got rid of them, and he never saw them again. Richard Darcy never saw them again. And do you know why he didn't see them again? Because they moved them into storage. Storage at Sabertech for materials for contract, like people that were doing contract work, was in the shipping department. They just piled shit on the floor in like marked off areas, like this is Valujet's area, this is somebody else's area, that sort of thing. And they just sort of sat there.
I know exactly what that looks like. I work retail, and we have vendors that come in, and you have each like section of the floor cordoned off for all the bullshit that they're supposed to take with them.
That's exactly what they were doing, and any more insights you have like that, keep them coming, because basically what happened, sometime after May 5th, which is when the last of the generators on November 802 VV Victor Victor were done, which was on May 5th. The boxes then sat in the storage facility in the shipping department for a few days, along with some aircraft tires, until Sabertech's management got involved. Because apparently, during a previous visit to the facility by a prospective customer, the piss poor state of Sabertech's housekeeping had successfully driven them away. They did not want to be a customer because the facility looked like shit.
Nameless hero in this story.
Nameless hero.
Real.
So this time,
Dodged a bullet.
when Continental Airlines came a knocking to work on, Zach, did you just delete the slide in my?
Something happened.
Yeah.
My bad.
There it is.
I
And you
dropped a pen on my keyboard, and I did not think it hit the delete key. I didn't realize. I just saw a flash and thought it went down to the next slide.
My sentence disappeared.
It's back. It's back. I'm sorry.
I know. So Sabertech's piss poor housekeeping. They had pens falling on the delete key. It was terrible. We didn't go to them.
Terrible. Those rotten bastards. How
But
dare they?
But anyways, Continental Airlines wanted to look at contracting Sabertech to do some work. So Sabertech's management were on the warpath. They were not about to let this get screwed up by some clutter again. So they were like, they were doing what everybody does when they have company coming over, which is they were just shoving shit out of sight. Get it away. What is this garbage in the shipping facility?
Put it in the closet. We'll get it later.
This is in the shipping department. Do you know what you do? You ship it out, gone, not here, no longer. So everything had to go. The Sabertech shipping clerk had no earthly idea what to do with the boxes of generators, nor did he know what they were. He was not a maintenance guy. He just worked in shipping. He just worked here. They said oxygen on them. He thought they were empty oxygen tanks. Eventually, he called Valujet's parts store department in Atlanta, who were like, we can come down and we can take a look at these because we have to come down for some other parts anyways. They were supposed to come down on Friday the 10th, but then they had to push back to, like, I think Wednesday. Now, this is a problem because Continental Airlines was coming on Monday. So, the stuff was going... the mountain was going to have to go to Muhammad. The stuff was going to get parceled up and sent out to Valujet instead. The shipping clerk boxed everything up into 5 boxes with a roughly equal number of generators in each box. He put some bubble wrap on top. The fitment was apparently so tight he couldn't put bubble wrap on the sides of the box to keep things from rattling around in there.
This will help. Let me just put
Yeah,
a
yeah.
sheet of bubble wrap on top of it.
A job half done is better than
Yeah. Because he didn't know what they were, he took a wild guess and wrote oxy canisters with quotation marks around them and then wrote empty.
Okay.
The
Okay.
FAA, the NTSB
Oh,
actually
I love that.
The NTSB actually questioned him on why he put quotes around them. So he said, "That's just how I write."
Okay.
Okay.
I worked in 2020 for a courier firm, one of the big ones. You've probably heard of it. I'm not going to say who they are on air. It's Christmas 2020. Everyone is getting their shit delivered. They are hiring people, including myself. They hired me with a phone call.
Oh, that's how you know they're getting desperate.
They just
Yeah.
need bodies.
And you know, they do bother with like a day of classroom training. One of the big things is if something is hot or cold, you do not deliver it. Like take it back. We just don't do that because that means it's hazmat. My first day out delivering by myself, because I had 2 days. I had 2 additional days of field training.
They gave you a truck after 3 days.
They gave me a minivan. They gave me a
Important
rented
distinction.
minivan. Eventually, I moved up to a rented U-Haul. But that's
There we
neither
go.
here nor there.
Moving up in the world.
I'm here with a rented minivan. You know, I'm in the sketchy part of town. I have some boxes I'm supposed to deliver. Guess what? This is like my first delivery. It's a box. It's weirdly hot.
Nope.
But you know what? Despite all that training, it's just like, hey, shit's just like, this shit's got to be delivered. We don't have
As
time for this.
soon as I
Okay.
scan it, it's the customer's problem.
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
And
like,
the customer is right there. I can just deliver it, and it's not my problem anymore.
yeah, you don't want that hot box either, is the thing.
Now, it turns out I delivered it to the guy. He said it was his meds, which, sure, whatever, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I needed my fire pills delivered immediately.
That's right.
Yeah. I will note that one of the guys who trained me, about a month later, the truck, which I had spent an entire day riding in, caught fire.
Yep, that'll happen.
And it sat for the remaining duration of my employment there. I quit after I almost died in a snowstorm. In the parking lot, just a burned out Hulk. A reminder of why you don't deliver weirdly hot parcels. But
You'll have to tell us about the snowstorm, and we can put it in the next episode, because we've got a Did You Almost Die on this one already. But,
I almost died like 3 times. Anyways.
Oh, boy.
Does transitive
Wow.
parcels count?
Close enough. Ship it.
Yeah. Which is exactly what the guy at Valujet did. He took
There we go.
At SaberTech
God,
did.
that was slick.
He took some Comat stickers, which mean company material, slapped them on the boxes, and got them and the tires ready to be shipped out on Friday. And then SaberTech's driver was busy on Friday. And so he tried again on Saturday, and the guy was still busy. He was working mandatory overtime. When the guy had some time, he drove everything over to the Valujet ramp, and they would be put on the next flight out. And before we go on to the next slide, I would like to point out this is a list of oxygen generator incidents before 1996, and this list that the Miami Herald has is missing about 5 or 6 incidences that the NTSB found out about too.
Oh, good God.
Nobody knows what to do with these things.
You only have
This
so
was a-
much room on the page.
I
This was
really
a
like.
real problem.
I love the misunderstanding of like the unlabeled not even the unlabeled canisters, just like the ambiguously labeled canisters going from like expired, going from repairable to expired to empty. Like that's the transition that really baffles me.
They're just because they don't. You shake it, there's nothing you can hear,
And yeah, because it hasn't happened yet.
and you don't. And
If the oxygen bottle can't be used, it must be empty.
Each
That's all there is to it. It's expired. You can't use it. It's empty. There must not be air there. How does oxygen expire?
Each department uses the classification for don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And something else to note is that oxygen tanks, like actual ones, can't be carried on airliners if they're full either, and Valujet got caught doing that too. Because old people fly Valujet because it's cheap and they want to see their grandkids, and they have medical bottles. And there was a thing in like 1994 when Valujet did that too.
So what you're saying is this was inevitable. Like if this hadn't happened, it would have been something else.
It might have been a cargo plane fire or something. So maybe, who knows? If we go on to the next slide, this is actually the shipping ticket. So
There it is, empty in
Oxy
quotations.
canisters empty.
yeah,
The most suspicious quotation marks you'll ever see.
yeah, and 5 boxes in quotation marks as well, and then you've got the part numbers here. These are all for tires. So you've got two. You've got like 2
Oh,
tires.
so this is what's being carried next to the.
Yeah,
to
this
the
is this
canisters.
is all being shipped out at the same day. These are all being sent to Valujet Airlines, Concourse C, Gate 28, Hartsfield Airport, Atlanta, Georgia. These
So you
are
have the
being-
case of grenades sat right next to a bunch of tires.
Yeah, a bunch of rubber. And then something else I would like to point out right here. This is the Miami Herald article from November of 1996. We really need to return with a V to newspapers, because this entire full-page spread on page 26 of the A section is not the only page on the Valujet accident. This is a full-page spread with a little more on the next page of just what is going on inside SaberTech. The last paragraph is the boxes getting handed over to
Hell
Valujet.
yes.
We're not even talking about the plane.
An entire 2 broadsheets just on the events leading up to it.
Yeah.
I subscribe to my local newspaper. I'm just brag a little. I subscribe to my local newspaper. I get the physical edition because I like stuff like this. I like to be like get articles about like I don't know what shit my local city councilor has been getting up to.
But
and I don't get that anywhere else.
I would subscribe if my local newspapers did anything as involved as this. I'm
would
pretty sure it's
too.
80% AI generated by now.
I would too. The Cleveland Plain Dealer is still around, but it's been so thoroughly eaten from the inside by its web arm and just has nothing left. Like the Cleveland Plain, like I cannot stress enough how much the Miami Herald, the Atlanta Journal, the Atlanta Constitution, and the Cleveland Plain Dealer completely like documented everything that happened at Valujet. Like these are like somewhat regional papers that like blew this case completely wide open.
That's incredible. Good on them.
Yeah. And this was a group effort. Like the Cleveland stuff was a lot of Elizabeth Marchak, but this page was like Herald staff. Like if any of you guys are listening, good on you for doing this. Your work has not been forgotten. But more papers probably covered it too. These were just the ones I found. But now we have
the first one you came across.
Yeah. And like full page with graphics and everything. It's incredible. I wish we had 1990s publishing budgets again.
God, every industry had so much fucking money in the 90s.
Oh, it's insane.
Apparently Trains magazine was almost entirely funded by Pentrex in the 90s, which is why they were so big.
Pentrex?
Pentrex, the train video people, was making like over...
Yeah.
Pentrex was paying their video people 6 figures in the 90s.
Holy shit.
Money grew on trees in the 90s. I'm convinced.
I'll tell you about that after we're done recording. But here, we've got to go on to the next slide. We've got to talk about a specific aircraft. November 904 Victor Juliet. This is a McDonnell Douglas DC-930 series. It was it was delivered in July of 1969 to Delta Airlines, where it had the registration November 1281 Lima. Delta flew it until the end of 1992, where it was sold back to McDonnell Douglas, along with a bunch of other airplanes, as you can see in this photo here on the right, where McDonnell Douglas turned around and sold them to brand new carrier Valujet at the end of 1993. This became a Valujet aircraft in December of 93, right after the airline started up. Going up to, and actually you can see a Saberliner hangar back here behind this picture. I didn't notice that before. Look, Rockwell Saberliners in the picture on the,
oh my God,
left.
it is.
Wow.
Amazing. I didn't notice that. So going up to the accident date, the jet had 68,400.7 hours and 80,636 cycles at the time of the accident.
That's a lot.
It was a very well-used airplane, and it was a bit of a junker.
It's well-loved.
Not by Valujet, it wasn't. At the time of the accident, there were 3 open minimum equipment list items and 1 configuration deviation list items being carried on for this jet. The items were as follows: left fuel flow gauge, inoperative; cockpit interphone, inoperative. That broke earlier that morning. Autopilot porpoising had been written up 3 times between May 9th and May 11th.
What is that?
Basically, when the plane was flying straight and level, the autopilot would make it go up and down in a porpoising motion.
It would oscillate. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It wasn't supposed to do that. So they minimum equipment listed it, and then a flap hinge fairing was also removed at some point. So it's just flying around with a couple parts missing, and the autopilot doesn't work. But that doesn't honestly matter. You know, the weather's nice out. It's early summer in Florida. You know, who cares? In addition to that, now something you should note is that the cockpit interphone is basically the little handset that the flight attendants use to talk to the cockpit. You're allowed to have that not work so long as the PA system works, because the crew can still communicate with the flight attendants, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just better hope you don't want to say anything secret.
On the flight into Miami, the PA system broke.
Cool.
Oh, awesome.
The announcements had to be made like as they landed using a megaphone. You know you're on Valujet when they bust out the megaphone.
You're telling me they just had a megaphone?
Look, when flying,
you already know what flight you're on. You know you're here because we're all broke. This flight's not gonna be fun, but we're all here. Let's just try to get through this together.
Does anyone want to guess how many sheets of toilet paper are on the roll?
How many sheets of toilet paper are left?
ladies and gentlemen, we have our choice. You have your choice. You have your choice of in-flight entertainment today. We can either see how many pieces of toilet paper are on the roll in the forward galley, or we can stuff Sheila into the overhead bins.
This is not how many squares of toilet paper are left on this roll. That's how many squares of toilet paper are left on this plane. If you have to go, hold it.
It's -4. Someone needs to bring us a roll.
It's -4. Did anyone bring a newspaper?
Does anybody have one of those little per packs of Kleenex?
Did anyone bring a small dog?
Ladies and
God,
gentlemen,
that poor dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's come to this. We're going to start ripping up the carpet and putting it in and using it as toilet paper. Who wants to guess how many squares we get?
The fabric of your seat cushion can be used as an ass wiping device.
Ladies and gentlemen,
all of this through a megaphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you think this is bad, just imagine what it's going to be like for the flight home for the next people, because we're not cleaning this. Well, thank you for flying Valujet. Hope you fly with us again as the jet slams into the runway at 200 miles an hour. Your luggage is ejected out the side of the airplane in Mach 4.
Oh, you don't have to wait to go pick it up.
It gets home before you do.
The passengers are just pushed out of the airplane with a giant cartoon foot.
Well, no. What they do is these are DC-9s. So they have the rear air stairs. So they just, as the plane lands, it's just go.
Yeah,
go.
They don't even land. They just have people leaping from the plane.
Okay, are we going over any of your houses if we approach the airport from the south? Okay, if you
can see your house out the window.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been informed that the Johansson family has a pool. You are all going
God damn it.
Oh, Jesus.
This is what it was like flying Value. Forget what it's like to chew 5 gum. This is what it's like to fly Valujet.
And it's only going to get better.
It's better.
Can you offset the shittiness of Valujet if you chew an entire pack of 5 gum at once?
I think doing that turns it into 4 gum. Flying on Valujet is what it's like to chew 4 gum.
Chew a whole pack of 4 gum and just chug a whole thing of Fireball.
This is what it's like to chew 4 gum. Thank you for flying Valujet. You have guessed how many toilet squares there are.
You fall out of the plane and into one of those big vats of the ball bearings that the guy gets rolled around in.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to announce that whoever gets closest to the number of toilet squares that are left will get that many loyalty points.
Joke's on you. The last flight was full of shitters, so there's not many left either way.
Today's loyalty
We
points
can't afford anymore.
Today's loyalty points awarded is 7. Ladies
Would
and
you
gentlemen,
like half a pack of peanuts for that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're holding a competition. Whoever can wipe their ass with the roll gets to.
Oh fuck! We gotta not to be a killjoy, but we gotta keep this motherfucker rolling.
Additionally, so now the flight has landed. All the toilet paper has been collected, but the flight also was delayed leaving Atlanta on the flight down because it flew from Atlanta to Miami and then the accident flight was flying back. The flight was delayed because an auxiliary hydraulic pump circuit breaker popped. And then on the accident flight, aside from that delay, they were also delayed because the PA system had to be inspected. So,
oh, you're telling me they didn't want to use the megaphone on the flight back?
You're not allowed to because the PA system wasn't working from the cockpit to the plane.
Just put the megaphone up against the cockpit door. Duh.
What like in tugs?
You can just open the cockpit door.
It did require the door. The door had to be shut most of the time.
Yeah, there are certain situations where you're not supposed to open that, and that is most of the time.
The passengers would get very frightened if they learned that autopilot from Airplane was flying the airplane because nobody else would take that low of a payment of a wage.
Well, you know what? There actually were people that would take that low of a wage. Do you want to talk about them?
Are we? Yes, we are on to the next slide. Oh boy.
So this is our flight crew for the day. We've got Captain Candlin Candy Quebec and First Officer Richard Hazen. I'm going to talk about Richard Hazen first because there's not a whole lot about him. We can knock through him pretty quick. He was 52 years old at the time of the incident, and his primary flight experience was 20 years of being a pilot for the U.S. Air Force. After he was discharged from the Air Force in 1981, it was an honorable discharge. He just retired from it. He worked for several small airlines. The last airline that he had worked for, I'm not sure what it was, but it went under in January of 1995, so he was laid off. So he decided to go to Valujet. Due to his previous experience, he was qualified and made a full employee very quickly. He was fully qualified on the DC-9s, had 2,148 hours on DC-9s alone. Overall, the man had 6,448 total hours just as a pilot, and his record at Valujet also cited 5,400 hours as a flight engineer in both military and civilian capacities. So this guy was experienced.
Yeah, this sounds like an experienced guy who's just kind of down on his luck.
That is who Valujet is looking for.
That is exactly
who Valujet is looking for. Are you well-trained but desperate? Boy, do we have an opportunity for you.
Are you not well-trained and desperate? We have an opportunity for you, too. We'll get to that. He had certificates not only as a pilot and a flight engineer, but also as an airframe and power plant mechanic. So this guy not only knew how to navigate and fly the plane, but he also knew how to repair it. He had experience. Now, he was very familiar with Captain Quebec to the point he had worked so many flights with Captain Quebec to the point that he had told his wife a couple of times that, you know, some assignment he got for a day was like, yeah, it's going to be a fine flight. I'm working with Captain Quebec. He had also told his wife verbatim that Quebec was a very competent pilot and that he felt safe with her. So,
yeah, unlike other accidents, this is not due to flight and crew incompetence.
Yeah, unfortunately, because these two were good. Let's talk about Captain Quebec there. She had developed an interest in flying from a very young age. She grew up in San Diego, and watched military planes fly right over her house all the time. She actually started flight training while she was still in high school. She then graduated high school, went to Palomar College in San Marcos, California, and she was a member of the college's flight team, which I did not know was a thing. I did not know colleges had flight teams. But it apparently wasn't that unusual, because she later transferred to the Metro State College in Denver, Colorado, where she became the captain of their flight team and graduated from Metro State College in 1982 with a bachelor's in aviation studies. Her early career post-college involved working as a flight instructor as a few small airfields, She did do a little bit of commercial flying for small commuter and freight operators in California and Arizona. This was nothing big. This was no wide body situation. It was a lot of, from what I could gather, it was a lot of fly by night sort of operations that if she was at an airfield working as an instructor, they'd go, "Hey, we need to run an extra flight today. Would you like to take this flight to bumfuck Egypt and back?" And she would take it and get the hours and the experience and use that to pad her resume quite a bit.
Wow, good for her.
Yeah. So to further her career, her next step was to become fully qualified as an air traffic controller. And she worked at El Paso International Airport. I don't know how long. I couldn't find dates, but I did find quotes again that she was very good at her job as an air traffic controller. So this entire flight crew is a very well-rounded crew, and the two of them really complemented each other with their individual skills and knowledge and experience.
This were the 1940s. They could have started their own airline.
For
Right?
real?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. A woman started an airline in the 40s?
Look,
If anyone could do it, it would have been her.
Yeah.
imaginary 1940s.
Yeah,
You know what
better
I mean.
1940s. This is true.
Now,
So-
is it? Sorry, just real quick
Go ahead,
question. Is
go
it
ahead.
typical for a pilot, is someone aspiring to be a pilot, to also be trained in air traffic control?
No.
I have not ever heard of that
Air
before.
traffic
Like
control
usually your
is-
progression
That
is
was why I was
yeah.
wondering.
Air traffic
'Cause-
control is famously one of the most difficult jobs in the country, and is also something that's like really involved to actually learn. Like you were there with in the Thomas Tank Engine episode when we talked about that at the news,
Mhm.
how like difficult it is to be an air traffic controller. It was only marginally less difficult, and that was only because like it was the 1980s. Sort of like standards weren't as high.
So she's taking on basically two really, really difficult careers. Like,
Yes.
She
Okay,
is she is airplane maxing.
Would people have been moving from air traffic control to pilots because of the union busting stuff that Ronald Reagan was doing?
That's
I
a
don't know the timeline
possibility,
of
but
this.
also union stuff is the next slide. And if you
Yes.
thought that was bad, well, wait a little bit.
Based on her other experiences, I think she went to air traffic control in an attempt to pad her resume and to give herself better experience. So if she understands both the air traffic control and the flight crew side of handling air traffic, I think she rightfully believed that would make her a better pilot, because that was her ultimate
yeah.
goal.
absolutely.
And she was right about that. That's how you get the best understanding, is working as both.
The strike I was thinking of was 1981.
Yeah, no, the Patco strike.
Yeah.
I assure you,
I
what
can't
we're about
remember
to
what it
hear-
was.
We're about to hear is worse.
Okay.
Kind of worse.
It's worse in different ways.
Yes. Yes.
So Candy still wanted to be an actual airline pilot for commercial passenger flights, but even though she was applying for jobs with the large airlines like American Delta and United, she was getting rejection letters because she did not have enough flight hours. So she was getting a little desperate. And in 1989, the Eastern Airlines was under a lot of pressure because initially the machinists union went on strike.
Are we going
And
to the
then
next slide?
Not yet. I'm going to touch on this more in a second, but I need to give just a quick brief here. In 1989, the Eastern Airlines Machinist Union went on strike. Then the Pilots Union went on a sympathy strike. So Eastern Airlines was a majority union airline, and they were hurting for pilots.
And
So
you know why? Who she went to next, right?
Our old buddy Frank Lorenzo was desperate to keep planes in the air and began hiring scabs. And she was one of them. Captain Quebec was a scab. She hired on with Eastern Airlines because she wanted the experience. and figured that this was a good way to get it. And we'll touch on some more of that in a minute.
And in her in one of the various eulogies that was written about her for newspapers, it did mention that Frank Lorenzo said, Lorenzo was very persuasive and like promised them the moon, the stars, and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really does become a little bit more awkward. Also, her husband was at this point.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Next
I'm
slide.
sorry.
Not yet. We're not going to the next slide, but that's on the next slide.
Okay. Oh,
I got it laid out. So, Eastern Airlines did not ever recover from this strike, and it went under in January of 1991. Now, we have a early 30s Captain Quebec who feels like her career is slipping from her grasp, and she has limited options. Nobody is replying to her still, and I'll talk about why in the next slide. But then along comes Valujet, and Valujet specifically wants non-union pilots. And what do you know? Captain Quebec is non-union. We'll talk about why on the next slide. But she got a conditional offer to be a captain with Valujet on October 12th of 1993. The condition was that she had to complete initial pilot training at her own expense. Like Joe said, everybody had to pay for their own training. Even if you're already qualified, you still had to pay for like onboarding for the company. And that even Richard Hazen, with over 30 years of experience at this point, had to pay basically the wages for the people that onboarded him and helped him file his paperwork and his W-2s and whatnot, and helped run the background check on him. But everybody had to pay something to get started.
That's insane.
Yeah,
so,
Valujet really was not a anybody-focused company.
No. They didn't give a fuck about you. They gave a fuck about money.
Just imagine Critter like holding a baseball bat saying, "Which knee do you want?"
He has to say it in a really goofy voice, like almost like Goofy from the Disney cartoons. Oh, which one's it gonna be?
I was picturing Mickey Mouse, but yeah.
Which one?
Yeah.
You gotta pick one.
You want to get to Atlanta or not?
You want to be a pilot? So, Captain Quebec attended Flight Safety International, which was a training school in Miami that was contracted to be the path for flight crews at Valujet. She finished the training with no exceptions and no notes. And because she did that, she became a full employee of Valujet on November 25th of 1993. She still had a lot of basically training hours and checks to do. I don't know whether or not she paid for this or not, but on December 21st of the same year, she completed everything and became a fully qualified captain. She was qualified on 4 different aircraft, but the Valujet really preferred the DC-9s, and thus they designated her to specifically be a DC-9 captain on May 1st of 94. Now, prior to the incident, Captain Quebec had 8,928 total flight hours, including 2,116 hours just on the DC-9, and 1,784 hours in which she was the pilot in command of a flight, where she was calling all the shots. The day before the incident, she had been on duty for 7.8 hours, going off duty at 1500 or 3 p.m. On the day of the incident, she reported for duty at DFW International at 7:04, and at the time of the incident had been on duty for a total of 7.2 hours with 3.7 hours of flight time in there. So she was well rested and, hadn't been overworked. She had hired on with Valujet early enough that she had decent seniority and was able to be a little choosy with what routes and schedules she took.
She was like pilot number 34 at Valujet.
33.
33.
I don't know how many they had, but that's still pretty low.
They hired her at 33 when Valujet had 2 airplanes. So extrapolate from there. At this point, they had like 57. And they were getting more.
Yeah.
Yeah, with how explosive the growth in the company was.
Yeah, the growth. I mean, that growth would have, she might not have gone up in seniority per se, but she was getting a lot of people underneath of her who were going to be basically cannon fodder for when it came time to bid on what flights you wanted to work.
But she is kind of getting towards the end of her shift here.
Yeah, she's getting there. She liked coming on earlier in the morning, and then getting off earlier in the afternoon.
I can relate. I do that at my job.
I would like to be able to do that, but I have shitty seniority, so I get weird hours. As far as her employment at Valujet goes, the only thing on her record of note was the fact that she was involved in an incident on September 23rd, 1995. A air conditioning pack on her plane actually caught fire shortly after takeoff. She was the pilot in command and made the decision to circle back around and land at the airport that they had taken off from. I'm pretty sure it was also Miami, but they landed. There were no fatalities. There was some smoke inhalation injuries, but ultimately it was a nothing burger as far as the people on board were concerned.
But she didn't get paid.
That's right.
Oh,
and I was wrong. I have it right here. She had taken off from DFW and turned right back around.
Is everything... Can everybody else hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
4 hours, exactly.
Damn. Okay. So there's your resume point.
Yeah. Sorry about that, folks. We had a moment of technical difficulties. Let me just
actually, no, you might be able to cut this whole thing because I'm ready for the next slide.
Oh, you are ready for the next slide. Perfect. Then we don't have to worry about that at all.
Hooray.
Who was crinkling peanuts into their microphone?
Was not me, but...
Not I. I can hear it.
I could hear it.
I can hear Zach
Lena.
opening his can of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, it's cute that you think it's only Dr. Pepper. All right.
Okay, so now we're on the average Frank Lorenzo fan club meeting.
Yeah, let's talk about that strike I mentioned a little bit more. In 1989, the Eastern Airlines Machinists Union went on strike because they had been told that in a cost-cutting effort, their wages were going to be cut. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Their wages were going to be cut. Now, anybody who is even slightly familiar with how a union contract works will recognize that that is what we like to call illegal as fuck. And there were several months of the Machinist Union going back and forth with the company and absolutely nothing happening and maintenance being heavily deferred on these aircraft. So the pilots then said, well, if we can't fly safe planes because the machinists are on strike, then I think it's time for the pilots to go on strike too. And that opened up a massive can of worms.
Yeah. And if I, as much as I'd like to pin 110% of the blame on Frank Lorenzo, Eastern's previous management was similarly antagonistic to unions. So this had been going on in like various forms of adversarial combat for years.
Mm-hmm.
So just so you know,
it had been brewing, I think is the right word, for quite a long time. And the strike was finally when it boiled over.
Yeah.
So when the pilots went on strike, obviously Eastern Airlines still wanted to make money. So they put out a call for pilots to come in. And the bar was set very, very low on purpose. They were going to take just about anybody if it meant that they could fly. I think the only requirement was that you had to have some form of flight certification. If you weren't certified on the planes that Eastern Airlines flew, they were going to get you certified on the planes that Eastern flew. And what do you know? We have Captain Quebec, who wants to be a pilot and is having a hard time breaking into the industry. And she crossed the picket line in 1989. She was very quickly qualified as an Airbus A300 captain and her first airline experience was with Eastern Airlines. Now, crossing the picket line is a major no-no. That is a line that you don't cross, and you don't even think about crossing when it comes to union, because when you cross the picket line, what you are saying is, I don't care about the struggles that you and the other members of this union have had. I don't care. I need money now, so fuck you, got mine.
Well, and it diminishes the worth of your own labor as well.
Absolutely, it does that. It slaps you in 5 different directions all at once. It slaps you and everybody around you all at once.
And this is the 1980s, 1990s, which the union culture in this country has diminished significantly over the years.
Yes.
This was like really bad.
This was one of the worst times. If you were going to cross the picket line, this is one of the worst times you could possibly have done it.
To sort of get a leg on what Zach's about to say, in airline magazines that I used to own, because I used to read Airways magazine when it was good, there were stories of pilots who would carry with them sheets of people, like names, who were scabs from various strikes. And like, if you were a deadheading like captain or something that needed to get to your next assignment and you were a scab and you had been a scab at some point, they just wouldn't let you on the airplane.
Yeah, they get the final say on it.
Like, they would this is like real person turning against person sort of intrapersonal fights that everybody gets really vicious over, which, as someone who's never worked in a union environment or even like in a job that required a union, this is all a little foreign to me and slightly terrifying.
It does sound really scary, and I also don't work at my store isn't unionized, but there are stores in the area that are through my company. But my understanding is that like, it's really scary, but these are necessary steps that have to be taken in order to maintain the value of everybody as workers.
Yes.
Yeah, Zach, if you want to add on to that, sorry.
As the only one here
exactly
in the union.
Yeah, they before our most labor friendly president busted the railroad strike back in 2022, I think it was. When we were hours away from hitting a rail workers union, I'm the member of a union whose local wasn't going on strike because we weren't under that contract, but the actual union we were a part of was going on strike. So the word came down from the international that if the strike started, I could deliver cars to these rail yards where the workers were on strike, and that would not count as crossing the picket line. However, if there was not a train that was there ready for me to pick up, I had to leave. That was it. Period. End of story. I could not dig out cars that were for my railroad. I could not switch on anything. I could not ask for any track list or anything to see if I had stuff that was ready to go. If it was not 100% ready to go already, as in it had been prepared before the strike started, I couldn't touch it.
Right. You were to take no steps to facilitate more labor being done.
That's it. I could do labor from my side, but not their side.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been I'm going to do a slight shift here. I've been referring to this woman as Captain Quebec. I'm going to change slightly and start referring to her as Candy, because we need to also talk about another Quebec, which is her husband, Roger. And I don't want any confusion here. Now,
Were they both captains?
yes.
Ah, okay.
Roger
No.
was a Union pilot.
I did want to really quickly, briefly step it, and thank you for referring to her as Captain Quebec. I think that's genuinely respectful of the amount of work that she's put in, regardless of her stance on labor issues.
Yeah.
You know, she was a very proficient captain and apparently air traffic controller. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So,
the Roger Quebec was a captain for America West Airlines
mhm.
and was in the Union.
So he
I
was,
assume he had strong opinions.
yes.
It was a topic of household discussion, according to him. It was
Yes.
It was something that he didn't like, but he did seem to be a more progressive sort of husband in the 1980s sense of he's trying, kind of. So he let her do it. He wasn't like, I'll leave you or anything, but he was like, I don't like it. It makes my job harder.
He definitely voiced his concerns with it, but then also said it's your decision. I think it's a bad idea, but it's your decision. Here's how it's going to affect me, but I can't stop you from going up there. And this was actually not the first time that Candy's family had issues with labor relations, because Candy's great-grandfather was actually a coal mine superintendent in Kentucky who was shot during a strike in the 1920s. And as such, Candy's mother, who remembered her grandfather living with the resulting injuries and eventually slowly dying of lead poisoning 2 years after being shot, was begging Candy not to cross this picket line.
it's like a family curse. Like,
A little
like
bit.
it's like a
Shakespearean tragedy almost.
truly, that's amazing.
So I understand the sentiment of not wanting to belittle labor by allowing scabs through. But what these unions did next to the scabs is where I start to draw the line. Candy received a lot of retaliation for crossing the line. And this ranged from threats of physical harm, threats of burning her house down, threats of rape, and actual damages to her personal car. She would come back and find tires slashed and her windows busted out on a semi-regular basis.
Jeez.
Yeah,
These,
this is actually why we decided to do this episode, because I was reading about it just because I do that, and I started reading through like her obituaries and stuff, and I was like, I had to reach out to Zach. This isn't normal, right? And
this is not normal. Okay, so for record, what you do instead of assaulting the scabs, what you do is you prevent them from getting in. If you have 100 guys on strike, you have enough manpower right there to drag a couple of Jersey barriers across the entrance.
Yeah, or you do like what they did in a couple of teams for the NFL strike, was you talk to the scabs and you understand why they're doing this and convince them to not cross the picket line.
Now, some of them did. If you'll look at this bottom photo here, the sign on the left says non-contract for information and mailings, and then it has a phone number on it. These guys, this local apparently seemed to be a little gentler. There's another sign on the right that says new pilots something, and then has a phone number beneath it. But that's obviously trying to reach out to the scab pilots and say, hey, here's why what you're doing is wrong, and it's going to hurt both of us. But a large number of them didn't take that route. They took the more aggressive route. Yeah, at one point, striking workers, I couldn't find out at which location, but striking workers were throwing rocks at scabs so frequently that they actually received a court order to stop, which is the most playground school-age shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's just bullying.
Now, by taking this job, Candy was not only putting a strain on her relationship with her and Roger by being a scab, but she was also putting a strain on their relationship because she was going to be based out of Atlanta. And at the time, they were living in Phoenix. So for every duty tour she had, it had to start several hours earlier with her catching a flight from Phoenix to Atlanta just so that she could clock in. And that was either a deadhead flight that she found a sympathetic pilot that would take her, or another Eastern Air scab that would take her over there, or she may have been having to pay out of pocket to buy a seat on a plane to get out there if there was no room for deadheads. Now, Eastern Airlines eventually went under in 91, and at that point, Candy was laid off. But when she was laid off, the union got a list of every single scab pilot that Eastern Airlines had hired and blacklisted them. And Candy was on that list. So that was basically her being permanently excluded from ever getting a job with one of our legacy carriers like United, American, or Delta, and many other even smaller airlines that were unionized. And this seemed to be the end of her career for a short while. However, what do you know? Here comes Critter. Valujet starts to be a thing. And they are specifically looking for non-union pilots because that is one of the ways that they are going to save money. I mean, we saw the wage differences right there. I ran that average pay for the legacy carriers. That came out inflation wise to be about $220,000 today. Candy was going to be making roughly $88,000 a year, so less than half of what she could have been making as a union pilot.
Damn, the gender pay gap is immense.
And that's how she got started with Valujet. So I'm deathly curious about this next slide because it specifically has a note that says, "Don't delete, don't look at it. It's a surprise."
So
it has my name on it.
So I had to cover this up because I wanted it to be a surprise. So this next bit is actually the accident. I'm doing it in a slightly more narrative style because somebody decided he wanted to do the RDC episode like that too. So I have to do this as well now. So if you click this blank image is actually this is how to kill 110 people in 10 minutes for fun and mostly profit. This is your narrative section.
Critter looks so sad. What did you do to Critter? I see that tag down there. What did you do to Critter? What did you do to our boy? Our special boy.
It's not what I did to Critter. It's what happened to Critter.
What Critter did to himself. I just paid Ray to make this.
Critter slipped in the shower.
Yeah, I did pay Ray to make this, so yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, please don't. I didn't want to spoil it, but when you were like, "Oh, I should delete the slide," I was like, "Joe paid money for that, so maybe don't."
Ray, this is so good. I love it.
Oh, thank you so much.
This is great.
Yes, there may be more of this in the future.
Yeah, I really enjoyed drawing it, so I was like, Joe, if you ever want more illustrations for the podcast, I would be happy to.
I am going to talk to you about pricing later.
Sounds good. Can't wait.
It was shockingly reasonable.
Uh-oh.
That means you got to up your price now.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm scared. I'm so bad at this.
But no, this is great. This is the crash of Valujet Flight 592, which is the bit where the jokes kind of stop after a while. I would like to point that out. You know how we've been making jokes? They ain't counting toilet paper squares no more. This is getting remarkably serious.
They don't have time to anymore.
In a hurry. So
watch as I cram the jokes in regardless.
The date and you guys, please feel free to interrupt me at any point, but I am going to try and redo this narrative style. So the date and time has come at last. It is Saturday, May 11th, 1996. Flight 592 was one of the 4 daily flights between Miami and Atlanta with a scheduled departure time of 1:05 p.m. As passengers sit at the gate, the time comes and goes. There's something wrong with the airplane, and a short delay is in order. The people sitting and waiting outside Gate 2, G2 are a cross-section of the new generation of air traveler. Not enticed by frills, comfort, or even punctuality, they are here for one thing and one thing only: a $39 one-way ticket that will, through the miracle of powered flight, deposit them in Atlanta in just under 2 hours. Unlike the modern budget airline traveler who skews younger and drunker, especially in sunny locales like Miami, the people waiting for Flight 592 are mostly families. Out of the 105 passengers, there are 20 groups of 2 or more, husbands and wives, or maybe sisters and brothers. There's from as near as Conyers, Georgia, just 25 miles from Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, to as far away as the United Kingdom. Entire families are on board, like Judy and Neil McNitt, who took their 3 young children on a Caribbean cruise and are just one plane ride away from their homes in Powder Springs, Georgia.
No.
Some of the passengers are famous, like musician Walter Hyatt, who is traveling alone. Also on the plane is Rodney Culver, a running back for the San Diego Chargers. He's on his way home to Georgia along with his wife after visiting family in Miami. Like the McNitts, the McCulvers are probably relieved when the flight eventually starts boarding. They're just a few hours away from seeing their 2 young children. Somewhere else in the crowd of people handing in their plastic boarding cards is someone who really doesn't want to be famous. Del Marie Walker allegedly murdered her close friend in Atlanta 8 months ago over $10,000. She skipped town to let the heat die down, and in her mind, enough time has passed. She's on her way back to Atlanta with no idea that the police, once they're done dealing with the Atlanta Olympics, will view her as the chief suspect in the violent stabbing. If we go to the next slide. It's now around 1:30 p.m. Flight 592 was supposed to be gone half an hour ago, but ramp agent Christopher Rankasoon is still finishing up the last of the bags while the passengers above fight over Valujet's unassigned seats.
Jerry Springer in the air.
A truck pulls up from Valujet's maintenance contractor and deposits a load of last-minute heavy shit. Some boxes marked Comat that the manifest says contain canisters, and a trio of aircraft tires, 2 of them mounted on heavy aluminum rims, and all 3 wrapped in plastic carrying cases. It says, the only space for this stuff is in the front of the airplane, and with the weight and balance concern is enough that he seeks out the approval of co-pilot Hazen, who okays it. Nobody questions what could be in the canisters, and why should they? They have enough shit to do, and Valujet certainly doesn't pay them enough to stop and think. Underneath the airplane, Rankasoon arranges the load as best he can. One tire on its side, the others against the bulkhead wall at the back of the compartment. The boxes are laid out loosely around the tires and are not braced by any way except for the other bags in the hold.
Whoa.
As he loads the box, Rankasoon hears from one of them a very distinct metallic clink sound, which he ignores and keeps loading. The boxes are the last thing he has on his baggage cart, but he has to wait for any last-second gate-checked items. There aren't, and just a few minutes later, he slams shut the door to the DC-9, and Critter 592 is pushing back from the gate at 1:45 p.m. By 2:03, the jetliner is racing down the runway and soars off into the wild blue yonder. Next slide. It's 2:04 p.m., and Valujet 592 has reached the point of no return. At some point between loading and takeoff, one of the oxygen generators activated. Since it produces its own oxygen, the airtight confines of the Class D hold do very little. The fire has been slowly building inside the fiberglass-lined hold, burning through the boxes and bags and building into a raging inferno, activating their generators as it goes. The only way to save Flight 592 right now would be to make an emergency landing at Opelika or maybe Fort Lauderdale, both airports within a few minutes' flight away. If there had been a smoke detector installed, the crew would have known. In fact, they likely would have never taken off. But they didn't, and they don't. So instead, Critter 592 points its nose towards the northwest and begins climbing out of Miami airport on the dolphin departure pattern. No, on the MC's, everyone on board has less than 10 minutes to live. And I have a video here to show exactly what is going on inside the airplane. If we all want to click that, and 3, 2, 1.
Testing was conducted at the FAA Technical Center to simulate the Valujet cargo compartment loaded with boxed chemical oxygen generators and airplane tires. The fire was initiated by activating an oxygen generator, simulating what may have occurred on the Valujet airplane. Approximately 5 minutes after the firing pin was pulled on the ignition generator, flames began to propagate.
Oh, no.
Less than 2 minutes later, the flames have spread and other oxygen generators have caught fire. At about 3.5 minutes after the first flame, the fire has spread to most of the compartment and is burning rigorously. The compartment reached about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit 5 minutes after flames began, and 2,800 degrees at 6 minutes. The temperature exceeded the temperature measurement capabilities of the system, which is 3,200 degrees Fahrenheit half a minute later.
Those noises are bizarre.
That's the generators sounding.
16 minutes after the pin was pulled, and about 11 minutes after flames started, the tire ruptured.
Crazy.
It's so hot that that hold wouldn't have been able to handle it in the slightest.
Not in the slightest. If we go on to the next slide, we'll get into that more. In the cockpit, everything is normal. Well, First Officer Hazen is doing the announcement while Cubic flies. They're taking the Winco departure path out of Miami. I misspoke earlier. Heading northwest over the city. In the cabin, normalcy is beginning to fade slowly. Those in the front of the aircraft who wore thin footwear or who took their shoes off might have noticed that the floor under their feet is starting to get hot and spongy. Over the next 6 minutes, the floor begins to get hotter and hotter. It's almost impossible to ignore at this point. Aside from the furnace-like heat, the floorboards are becoming weak under the carpet, and wisps of smoke are starting to seep into the cabin, from where nobody knows for certain. Based on the inferno in the hold, it's likely the fire is melting its way through the floor. 2 p.m. in 10 seconds. The aircraft is at its maximum height of 10,634 feet above sea level, traveling at 260 knots. A thump radiates its way through the jet. One of the aircraft tires in the hold has burst, the pressurized air inside it expanding inside the aircraft to the point it momentarily affects readings on the aircraft's altimeter and ground speed readings. Inside the cabin, it's probably like a bomb going off, but inside the cockpit, it's far more muted. There's a sudden squawking noise from the radio headsets as the explosion and fire cause electrical cables to melt together and snap, sending electrical signals in places they were never meant to go. In many ways, this is the death rattle of the airliner. Suddenly,
so they don't have comms anymore, right?
No, they do. This was just a massive electrical surge sent through all the different wiring. Suddenly, the cockpit lights up like a Christmas tree. The split wires that belong to systems all over the aircraft, and Kubek and Hazen are presented with a bewildering and contradictory set of failure lights. Hazen, well aware of the electrical gremlins plaguing the aircraft, assumed that it's an electrical bus failure, and in a way, he's not wrong. The flight crew immediately calls for a return to Miami. Taking the Dolphin approach way as they turn, but they will never make it. Meanwhile, in the cabin, things have grown more serious. Within 20 seconds, sounds of shouting and screaming from inside the passenger compartment can be heard on the CVR microphones. A stewardess opens up the cockpit door and shouts, "We're on fire, we're on fire," at the same time. Multiple female voices from inside the cabin can be heard shouting, "Fire, fire, fire." One must assume that the tire exploding breached the cabin floor, and flames are now running rampant inside the passenger compartment. Below,
That's believable that it popped through the tire, or that tire exploding blew through the floorboard, because they're crazy high pressures.
We don't know what happened inside the passenger compartment, but judging from the fact that the shouting and the screaming happened immediately after the thump, that's what it had to have been.
Well, and you have to remember the floor is also being weakened by the heat. So
yes,
I'm looking at gauges for measuring pressure in the DC9 tires, and the gauge goes up to 300 psi.
Yeah,
obviously it's not going to be that much, but to need that range is pretty indicative.
It was enough that the static ports for the aircraft are inside the airplane, and it really did affect the measurements on the FDR.
I'd imagine this also is totally messing up the hydraulics.
It's messing up everything. We'll get to that in the next slide. But right now, the airplane is still heading northwest. Miami is receding into the distance. The way Miami is laid out, civilization just stops and the Everglades begins in an almost north-south line. The flight has crossed over that edge. It is now over the Everglades. If we go to the next slide, the plane slowly turns back towards Miami, and the fire quickly grows. Screams from the back of the aircraft can occasionally be heard, and at one point a flight attendant tries to reach the cockpit on the broken interphone. Inside, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. The DC-9's control cables run along the center line of the aircraft right below the floor. They, along with the wiring looms, are getting melted by the heat and trapped inside the collapsing structure of the aircraft itself. Captain Quebec was probably fighting the controls with everything she had, as most likely was First Officer Hazen. We don't know if smoke entered the cockpit or if the pilots put on their oxygen masks, although it really wouldn't have helped. We do know that the smoke was in the passenger cabin and in large quantities. There were pressure relief valves on the outside of the airplane that allowed for any overpressurized air to escape, and those were stained black from smoke.
Oh, shit.
Within 2 minutes of the tire exploding, the FDR and the CVR stopped working, and only the CVR would begin again. When it did so about a minute later, it captured no sounds other than the rushing wind. Again, we have no idea whether or not the flight crew was incapacitated or if the microphones had simply failed in some way. We go on to the next slide. We don't know if Hazen or Quebec were alive or conscious. We don't know what happened to anyone on board Flight 592 during those last 2 minutes of flight. What we do know comes from radar returns. The aircraft had descended to about 7,000 feet and leveled off before plunging downwards to 1,700 feet. There, it briefly leveled off, implying that there was some sort of control over the airplane, before it rolled sharply and dove towards the Everglades. We don't know why. Captain Quebec could have slumped over the controls, or the control cables could have just snapped. The engines were at this point providing differential thrust because the control levers to the engines were melted through, and so it could have been the differential thrust from one engine to the other finally pulled the plane to one side.
Could have also been structural.
It could have been a lot of things. The only thing we do know is that the airliner was intact. Out there, and we know this because out there on the 7-foot deep water was a guy on an airboat who happened to be a private pilot and a pilot who knew what he was looking at. As Flight 592 flew over him, he was able to get a good look at it and saw that the airplane had absolutely no structural defects or was emitting flames or smoke of any kind. At 2:13 p.m. and 32 seconds, Flight 592 crashed into the Everglades. It went through 7 feet of water and hit solid limestone underneath, hard enough to dent it. The aircraft ceased to exist at this point, becoming thousands and thousands, if not millions, of tiny shards of metal. Everyone on board who might have still been alive after the smoke inhalation was killed instantly. And I wish that the fucking video hadn't appeared over top of the image, but there is one other way we know what the 911 call sounded like, because in May of 1996, the TV show Cops was filming in Miami.
Oh my
And
God.
so we actually got an 8-minute long segment, which we will not play the entirety of here, on the response by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department. But we will show the 911 call. You click play.
Yes, I am fishing at Everglades Holiday Park.
Yes, sir.
And a large jet aircraft has just crashed out here. Large, like airliner size. You need to get your choppers in the air. I'm a pilot. I have a GPS. I'll give you coordinates.
Where at the Everglades are you?
I am on Canal L67.
You said, sir, this is not a hoax, you're saying?
This is not a hoax, no. I heard the impact and I saw dirt and mud flying in the air.
Okay.
The plane was sideways before it went out of my sight on the horizon, about a mile from me.
Sideways?
Papa 5610.
Yeah. That was probably a knife. That was probably it coming in at an angle. But yeah, that man, Walton Little, saw everything, and he was a very good witness. And I wish that this thing wasn't on the screen, because you can see the scar in the earth that it left.
Yeah, I can
punched a hole
see
through
the cut.
Yeah, it just punched a hole through the mangroves, and that was it.
Yeah, it just
So
disappeared.
So first, I would like to commend Little for immediately saying, like, you need to get choppers in the air. I can give you coordinates right now.
Was this the guy that was also a private pilot?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because he's
he
like
was
on the ball.
He was a private pilot, but he was on his airboat out in the Everglades.
How fortunate! Like, I mean, it wouldn't
Yeah.
have saved anyone, but
No.
having an expert in the area who can like pinpoint exactly like what he saw and describe it articulately.
So I actually heard another podcast talk about this recently. I had no idea it was going to come up. I wasn't looking for it.
I think I know which podcast you're talking about.
Yeah. So the rescue efforts were rescue and recovery efforts were severely hampered because anybody else besides Lena besides Ray, want to take a guess at what there's a lot of in the Florida Everglades?
Alligators.
It's a shit ton of alligators.
They had sheriffs with guns out there.
Yeah, and they were just, not to be crass, but they were just handed a bunch of free meals.
I mean, there wasn't anything left for them to eat. It probably vaporized a couple gators.
They
did not.
Any dismembered pieces would have been
They
quickly.
didn't find anything. They found like first off, Sir Hazen was identified by a scrap of flesh from his thigh.
No way.
They didn't find Kubek at all, and multiple people were identified from a single tooth.
Yeah,
they just the alligators did not. The alligators were a bigger impediment to the search because they were worried that they would eat the searchers, but there was not enough of the people on the plane to eat. This was a very similar form of accident to United Flight 93 on 9/11, where the plane and everyone in it ceased to exist in such a way that like a physics problem has to become involved. There's just no more airplane.
Well, and to also hamper the search, you know what there's a lot of in the Everglades?
Mud.
Flesh-eating bacteria.
Yeah, that too. Actually, fun fact, there was another airline crash in the Everglades in the 70s. An Eastern Airlines L-1011. Multiple people who survived that accident got gas gangrene.
Oh my God.
Because of the mud in the Everglades and the bacteria.
At least this plane didn't land in the city.
That is perhaps the only good thing. Like, if this fire had gone on 5 more minutes, like if they had like been held at the runway for any reason, they would have been still on their takeoff roll, or they would have been somewhere over the city and they would have crashed into Miami. Like, the fact that it happened over the Everglades and not over downtown Miami is the only saving grace there was.
I would imagine we would have seen something like that UPS plane that crashed recently in what was it, Louisville?
Actually, Louisville. No, it would have been more like a tactical missile strike.
Oh my God!
How, because it went in vertically, basically. It went in straight down. They would have 9/11'd like one building,
and it would have been a complete accident.
Yeah,
that's the crazy thing about it.
Well, also, if I managed to dent the bedrock,
that would have left to go through 7 feet of sludge and dent the bedrock.
Yeah, they brought in ground penetrating radar, and there's a divot right there.
No shot. That's crazy.
It was, and the muck swallowed everything. I'm sure there's still bits of the plane out there to this day, but like they found the flight data recorder because someone stepped on it when they were doing the search. Like, this was a terrible accident.
Yeah, this is like, I've been on a couple of these. This one is truly stomach turning. Like,
yeah, this is. I did say when I put out the call for anyone who wanted to be a guest on this one, listeners, I did put out a call saying I would like it if you don't have a fear of flying or fire. I did say that.
Really, don't listen to this episode if you have a fear of flying or fire.
Maybe we'll start it for you.
But yeah, this is. I do have to say, for anyone who is worried about this, the series of circumstances that have to come to pass for anything like this to happen again would have been litigated so thoroughly out of existence.
Oh yeah, well we don't even have Class D compartments anymore, right?
No, if you die from anything related to this form of accident, God wanted you dead. You deserved it. Like that, like this is like the one Romanian airliner where they'd had a problem where one engine would roll back every once in a while and would give it asymmetric thrust, and that happened just as the captain was having a heart attack and couldn't fix it. That's the level of God wants you dead for Valujet 592 to happen again.
Yeah.
This is what's known as a systems accident. Like this is not an aviation accident, really. This could have happened on a bus. It's just that it happened so completely right here.
How would the bus fall into the Everglades?
We're not getting into that far. We're not exploring that metaphor right now. But if we go to the next slide, because we'll see there we go. If we go to the next slide, we'll see the aftermath. So, Valujet eventually got grounded. I would like to say that because, it seems, unbelievable, but because it took them a while to figure out what had actually happened. Valujet did get grounded on June 11th, 1996. So there was still a full month in which people were boarding Valujet airplanes while there were crews digging out of the muck in the Everglades. Like, that must have been so fun to read that in your daily paper while you're waiting for your Valujet flight. Mary Schiavo, who I will note, there is some criticism that she is much more of an alarmist than a lot of other people. She is of the opinion that the FAA only grounded the airplane because of the significant amount of media attention, which does seem to hold some water. The FAA was actually the Secretary of Transportation stood next to the CEO of Valujet at the crash site and said that Valujet is a safe airline. So
that's a hell of a statement to make.
Yeah. This guy, that Secretary of Transportation was a former mayor of Denver who really seemed to be just a flunky sort of guy. Anyways, Valujet eventually did get grounded. Mary Schiavo very famously went on one of these TV debate programs and basically debated her boss as no, these airplanes are unsafe. you shouldn't be flying in them. But Valujet was basically closed the entire summer. It took to the air again on September 26, 1996, significantly downsized. This is its route map. They had 15 airplanes. I think this is 14 destinations, down from 57 jets and who knows how many people and airplanes. For a brief moment, it was probably the safest airline in the world because of the enormous weight of the FAA leaning on it. The FAA did fall on them like a ton of bricks. Then on November 4th, Valujet, that Joseph Corr, C-O-R-R, the former CEO of Continental, would become CEO and president. Financially, the company was in the shitter. It was doing it lost $55 million by the end of 1996. And keep in mind that the accident happened in May. So it managed to lose that in under
7 months.
Yeah.
That's really impressive.
Could have been worse, though.
Breaking open the inflation calculator again.
Could have been worse, though, really. Rich International got shut down because of the FAA scrutiny, like I said. And actually, here's a really fun one. Airline you've never heard of. Nations Air, 2 words, that formed in the early 90s and was actually mentioned in a shockingly large number of newspaper articles talking about the discount airline boom alongside Valujet, and lasted 11 days after Valujet 592 because people just stopped flying on them, like overnight. They were based out of...
Caught in the crossfire. Damn.
Caught in the crossfire. Nations Air, which, by the way, I'm not going to link it here, but if you ever want to look it up, I don't know where it would be. You guys have it. I put it in one of the chats, but the CEO of Nations Air was the most tired, stressed man in the world because he did it to himself. He started this airline. He never saw his wife or his kids because he started this airline. At one point, he got his planes repossessed because the lesser thought that that the airline had gone out of business when the phone didn't pick up, but the phone didn't pick up because Hurricane Opal had knocked out telephone lines in Atlanta.
Oh, that's unlucky.
So
it's not his fault.
It's finally time. Let's go repo.
Apparently every Friday was the worst day of his life because that's always when problems happened.
Oh my God. I feel you, brother.
Is he cursed?
I feel you.
I don't know. I hope he did better after Nations Air. Like, really, Nations Air needed to stop to like save his life and his marriage. But I don't know what happened to him afterwards. I didn't look. But yeah, the FAA started looking far more seriously into airlines like this. Eventually we did get Class D cargo compartments were eventually eliminated. The NTSB presumably had to bite its tongue to not say "I told you so." There was significant other changes made at the regulatory level. The FAA basically in 2005 deleted that, or they had Congress delete that clause in its like founding documents that meant that it had to promote airlines. So they no longer do that. Like the only regulatory capture happening at the FAA right now is really Boeing, and even then, that's sort of not happening anymore.
Yeah, after the Max.
After the 780s, after the 737 Max, yeah, that ain't happening either. But
Boeing is our specialist boy.
One way I used to show how proud I was of my wife and her career was I used to have a license plate frame that said my other ride is a 737. And after the whole Max shit went down, I took that off pretty quick.
That's really funny. Also, funny that you should mention Southwest Airlines. Let's go on to the next slide. So, Valujet was obviously in a really bad spot. I cannot mention how bad of a spot that Valujet was in.
But why?
You can't come back from that. You can't come back from this sort of thing. So, What did Valujet do? Did they go out of business and keep that evil sealed away in a dumpster like Rita Repulsa for the next 10,000 years? Of fucking course they didn't. They bought AirTran Airways, a small charter carrier based out of Minneapolis, did a switcheroo with the names, and AirTran continued to fly with Valujet's with Valujet's stock ticker and AirTran's operating certificate.
They didn't even change the ticker?
No, there was AirTran now, but they kept like you could look up AirTran's stock information and you would see Valujet's results going back to like when they were listed. But anyway, so AirTran basically was like the bug monster in the skin suit from Men in Black, like just shambling around. Hi, I'm AirTran. No, you're not, dude. No, you're not. You're Valujet. You know that You know that $1 billion MD-95 order? You know who the launch customer for the Boeing 717 was? AirTran Airways.
Was it AirTran?
AirTran Airways. AirTran Airways. Those are still flying today with Delta. I've been on them. They're falling apart.
The 727 is a good plane, though.
No, 717, not 727. There's a 727.
I meant 717.
Yeah, they're great airplanes. Every single airline that runs them loves them. They just are old. They are old.
Yeah.
They're just about old enough to be considered by Valujet now.
Yeah.
But in 2013, AirTran got bought up by this little startup airline out of Texas called Southwest, which means the corpse of Valujet continued all the way into Southwest, which is why there's a tiny little 737 model of an AirTran airplane at the actually no, it's a 717 at the Frontiers of Flight Museum Southwest exhibit, as all along with all the Southwest Heritage jet models they have. There's a little AirTran jet in the middle of it. I
am 99% sure there's an AirTran jet hanging in the lobby of one of the headquarters buildings.
Yep. And you know what else is really funny is apparently AirTran kept all of the Valujet memorabilia and all the Valujet anything, and they kept it in a locked warehouse in Atlanta for like the entire time they were AirTran. So theoretically Southwest still has it.
It's being taken care of by top men, Mr. Jones.
Which
top men.
It's locked away in the cursed hangar.
Yes.
Just don't go in there.
The cursed hangar is also known as the Delta Flight Museum. But anyways, if you would like to know what sort of merchandise Valujet has, this background that I have had on every slide is a scan of a piece of wrapping paper that AirTran had. I also bought a mug that has Critter on it and is made of lucite. They couldn't even spring for glass.
Joe tried to get me to buy boxers with Critter on them.
Yes.
And why did you?
Because if I'm gonna look, I'll be real with all of you. If I'm gonna pay $50 for underwear, that thing better make me look good. And Critter ain't doing it.
How do you know?
Oh, but Critter's so cute.
Maybe. How do you know? Did you ask Sasha?
I did, as a matter of fact, and she laughed at them.
Well, hey, you're eliciting an emotion out of a woman. That's still enough. That's not nothing. I'll take a laugh.
Wrong emotion at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's really a bar.
Hey, tonight the Critter underwear stays on.
You want to take a tour of the cockpit?
There's 3 parties. There's 3 people who have to consent. You, your wife, and Critter.
Wearing my Critter underwear in the race car bed.
Critter's dead, so we have to break out the Ouija board to get the consent.
No, you just have to find one of the Delta 717s and scratch on it with a key really hard. You've got to like unlock the evil. Like, come out wherever you are. The 737s turn around like in Poltergeist and they just go, they're here. Critter's crawling through the television like it's The Ring. Ray, I'm coming up with so many ideas for you to draw.
I can tell. The hamster wheel in your brain is spinning a mile a minute.
that guy dropped the price on the critter boxers, so we're starting a Patreon with a $35 goal for shipping and handling.
35. I mean this seriously. If they fit me, I would have bought them already.
What other samplings of Valujet merch could we obtain by going on electronicsbay.com?
I'm seeing a hoodie. I'm seeing a poster.
I'm gonna send you guys a thing. I think I sent it to Zach. There is somewhere a Valujet letter jacket that has critter on it that I found, and I can't, like, I found it on like a stock photo website, and I can't for the life of me actually. Yeah, here, hold on. I'm gonna forward this to.
I found a stock photo. That goes
There's a
hard.
polo shirt in my size. I might do that one.
Hold on, I'm sending this one to you.
Why does this image look like I'm seeing it in a dream?
This was for a newspaper article. I don't know. Also, fun fact, the last ever AirTran flight before it was subsumed into Southwest did use the critter call sign.
Hell yes.
And there were people on the flight wearing Valujet merch. Which is like,
amazing.
Gotta simp your airline.
I would never, ever, like, Valujet's one of those things like, yeah, I like going around wearing German political merch from the early 1940s. You know, it's like, you would never do that.
What?
That's how you know that you've hit like marketing gold, is when people are still repping your dead airline
Brand's
after it
been
killed
dead for
110
years.
people.
Yeah.
But Critter's just such a happy little guy.
I'm sorry. I would wear this critter starter jacket, but I would only do it as like, you have to do it amongst people who know. Like, you can't just wear that to the airport. You have to wear that to like the Southwest gates at Hartsfield Jackson and hope to God that someone there still notices. Like, although actually some people do. I was flying out of Cleveland once, and a Delta guy at the gate had on one bicep the Delta Airlines logo, and on the other Northwest Airlines.
Yo. All right.
But
how's that the second time Northwest Airlines has been mentioned in this podcast?
Well, actually, there's a third. There's a little Northwest jet tail right here below the Southwest jet.
Oh, there is. Look at it.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the compass. Anyways, we have one more thing to go through on this slide, which is that, meanwhile, Maurice Gallagher, one of the primary introducers of like Valujet to the world, kept right on going in the airline industry. And in 2000, he snapped up bankrupt carrier Allegiant Airlines, installed himself as the head honcho, and ran it exactly like Valujet. So
these guys, these executives they killed 110 people and saw no consequences.
No, not a thing. Maury Gallagher,
we made a shit ton of money before we killed all those people.
I would like to point out that from a business standpoint, Valujet is a very successful model because the airline continued running until it was bought out by Southwest, and then Maury Gallagher went and ran Allegiant Airlines like Valujet until 2024 when he retired.
Fly Valujet, because what are the chances we're going to lose another one?
Apparently,
it's already happened.
We're going to do that again.
Allegiant had many safety issues, as you might expect from Valujet 2.0.
Everyone knows lightning never strikes the same place twice.
But
That's right.
Lightning does not. In unrelated news, Allegiant Airlines is buying Sun Country Airlines. All of Minneapolis is in shambles because Sun Country is basically the state airline of Minneapolis. So, since Northwest went away, so that is another little fun note. That's all going to be Allegiant, which is all Valujet. Valujet all the way down. Somehow Valujet returned.
It's critters all the way down.
Well, but they don't even have the cute.
Been critter this whole time.
Thing.
No one.
That's right.
I don't think any. Critter is like cursed. Like we need to do the lost episode YouTube punch and zoom of like the red dots in the eyes and the demonic laughter.
I feel like Critter's more of like a hostage in this whole situation than anything.
Critter's a hostage. Critters, like,
Joe.
help me.
Joe,
What?
we're rapidly approaching hour 5.
Yeah.
We need to wrap this up.
We have 3 more slides.
We're so
Okay.
close.
So
I want
next-
you to know that my cat is screaming for her dinner.
Okay, next
Feed her.
slide.
Mute yourself and feed her.
Yeah.
Please.
Feed him,
Yeah.
her.
It's fine. She can handle another 10 minutes.
Okay, next slide. We have to talk about another unfortunate victim of this accident. So, well, actually, we have to talk about Sabertech, because Sabertech did face consequences. Sabertech just sort of fizzled out of existence in a hail of lawsuits. Florida got close to charging a company with murder due to all the felony charges, but in the end, there was some kind of settlement. Sabertech had tried to open up an Orlando location while the accident investigation was going on. Both of those got their licenses surrendered. I don't know what happened to the Arizona and Texas places. Steve Towns jumped ship in 1997 and went to a company called Hunter Aerospace. I don't know what they do. In 2001, Sabertech agreed to pay like $2.2 million, which then got negotiated down. They didn't admit wrongdoing. There was all sorts of different things. The executives got away with it, but the company doesn't exist anymore.
And all this, they could try to get a contract with Continental.
Yeah, basically.
Typical.
Sabertech got indicted on 110 counts of manslaughter, which is weird for a company, but
Well, companies are people, so
yeah, if corporations are people.
Oh, hold on. This was before Citizens United, so I don't know. Sabertech settled the state charge of mishandling hazardous materials. Settled the state charge by agreeing to plead no contest to a state charge of mishandling hazardous materials and make a $500,000 donation to promote aviation safety. So they did go out of business. Nobody was charged with anything except for their employees. A federal grand jury indicted several of Sabertech's employees for making false statements and a couple of other and conspiracy, because Sabertech's guys all clammed up and said they didn't know anything, so they lied. So they got the book thrown at them. Two guys, maintenance supervisor named Daniel Gonzalez, and 2 mechanics who worked on the plane, Eugene Florence and Mauro Aciel Valenzuela Reyes, were charged with conspiracy and making false statements, and they were acquitted on all charges, well, except one of them. Because Mauro Aciel Valenzuela Reyes decided that he wasn't going to sit around and let the book be fucking thrown at him.
I mean, can you blame him?
I cannot in the slightest. So he went back to his native Chile and has not come back. This poster is 2 years old.
Holy shit.
This FBI wanted poster is 2 years old. He is on a bench warrant technically for failure to appear.
Incredible.
They were going to acquit him, but he didn't know that, so he left. So he fled the United States.
Fuck y'all, I'm a bounce.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah,
I didn't sign up for this shit.
So one guy had his future in America ruined and while everybody else was dead or got acquitted. So now we go on to the next slide, which is our second to last slide. What did we learn? This is, by the way, the memorial for Flight 592. We learned quite a lot. There were significant reforms in FAA inspections, how oxygen generators were shipped, how Class D cargo holds were eliminated entirely. And we have just what?
Wait, we actually learned something from one of these?
Yes, we did. We learned a lot.
Is this the first?
This is
all right, pop a bottle of champagne.
Yeah, this is one of the first times we've actually learned something. Valujet 592 was like a sea change for the wild, wild west of the discount airline.
Whoa.
Something materially happened in the wake of this tragedy.
Yes.
I'm legitimately shocked.
We just don't do episodes where people learned anything because most of the time everybody else has talked about it.
Yeah, fair.
But this time, we got here first.
Who else can tell you about Valujet having toilet paper square counting competitions?
That's content you only get here, baby.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then we have one more slide, which is, did you almost die? Because we actually have one today, sent in by a listener.
Oh, how nice.
Sent in by our friend Sarah.
I know Sarah.
Yes, Sarah is great. Sarah has sent in a story from when she was a small child, as opposed to the small adult she is now.
She is very small.
Hello, Joe and Zach. My name is Sarah, longtime listener, several-time commenter, and first-time emailer. I'm writing today with a recounting of the time I, along with my younger brother and my mom, very well could have died on our way home from choir practice if things had gone a bit differently. This incident occurred around 20 years ago on a section of I-84 East between Hartford, Connecticut and Manchester, Connecticut. I was about 10 years old and my brother about 7. We were seated in the back of our mom's Honda Accord traveling home as we usually did on evenings when my brother and I had choir practice, making use of an HOV lane. This particular HOV lane is marked for use by buses and cars with 2 or more occupants and is separated from the lanes of regular traffic by about 15 feet of white stripes painted on the pavement, which vehicles are not permitted to cross over.
Ah, yes, the magic paint.
Of course, people sometimes do, but it's generally not a good idea. Everything was normal except for the large green shape that Mom could easily see rapidly approaching in the rearview mirror. The shape was a bus owned by Peter Pan Bus Lines, a regional privately owned bus company that runs intercity and charter services in the northeastern U.S. See photo. No, I have no idea where that bus was going, but wherever it was, the driver wanted to get there fast. When he saw a little silver Honda Accord in his lane, practically puttering along at the speed limit of 65 miles an hour, he was not happy. He made his displeasure obvious by getting right up on our ass and tailgating. This put us in a bad spot. Clearly, he wanted Mom to get out of his way, but there was no safe way for her to do so. She couldn't merge into another lane, and there was no shoulder for her to pull over onto and let the big green monster pass. The only thing she could do was speed up, but again, she didn't feel very safe doing so, especially considering my brother and I were in the back seat. By her own recollection, she did accelerate to 70 miles per hour, but no more. It wasn't enough for the driver of the bus, though, and he kept tailgating until we finally reached our exit a few minutes later. As we exited the highway and the bus passed us, my brother and I saw the driver do something our innocent young eyes had never seen anyone do before. He raised one hand to the window and put up his middle finger at us.
Hell yeah, that's how you represent your company right there.
We asked our mom why he did that, but she was too rattled to explain that particular gesture until we got home and she could calm down. Mom did call Peter Pan's customer service line to report the incident, but she doesn't know if anything came up with it. To the best of her memory, they didn't follow up with her. I hope you've enjoyed the tale of the day I learned what tailgating, road rage, and being flipped off were. Be safe out there, and if you're ever in New England, beware of Peter Pan buses in HOV lanes. Sincerely, Sarah. And as a note, this bus is much newer than the Peter Pan bus that would have been tailgating her.
Thank you, Sarah.
Why is this not the first story I have heard about Peter Pan?
I was unaware of this, but I would love to know more horror stories about Peter Pan buses. Actually, if you've made it this far in the episode, thank you so much. But if you lived in the New York or Boston areas, please do reach out to us with bus stories, because I want to do a series on an episode on Chinatown buses. But I don't have any knowledge of that. I'm from the Midwest. So if you know anything about Chinatown buses, please let us know.
The Peter Pan bus was probably just drafting, you know?
Drafting the Accord in a brick.
Yeah.
But
Sarah,
yeah,
thank you for writing and thank you for commenting, because you have definitely been like the only one that has engaged on every single episode.
Yes.
And that's actually kind of cool. I appreciate that.
For a brief second, I was a little offended that she didn't say hi to me, but then I remembered she doesn't know I'm on this episode, so.
She sent this like several weeks.
So self-centered.
She sent this several weeks ago and was before I even knew I was doing this. Although I would like to note, we have gotten several submissions since we got the shout out on the most recent WTYP episode.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy for you guys.
I'm very excited for some of them.
That's great. What a great episode, first of all, can I just say?
This was a great episode.
5 hours and not a minute wasted.
How long was the recording? 5 hours, 6 minutes. Yes!
And we've been on this discard call for almost 6 hours now. So.
I feel like I know you all better.
We're all a little closer.
The delirium was definitely setting in.
Across all over the country.
Thank you for having us on. This was...
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, yeah. Honestly, it was less chaotic than I was expecting.
Yeah. I'm
Genuinely, yeah. No, I think
yeah.
everyone behaved really well.
Yeah.
It's felt organized, and I'm not going to say professional, but you know.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it, Mike. I love you. You are my longest friend. It was probably not so chaotic because you weren't here. That guy has a story for everything.
Next time for sure.
There is a couple semi-truck accidents I would like to have Mike on for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Big Mike was supposed to be here, but had previous prior obligations
engagement?
to attend to. Prior engagement. Thank you.
Do we want to do pluggables real quick? Because I just remembered I was supposed to plug stuff and I forgot to do it at the top.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, we should do. You should have done that up top. Whoops.
Yeah. My name is Ray. I run The Future is Still Silver and Black, which is a project about trains who write letters to each other. You can find us at pioneerandpilot.com, and you can also check me and my friend DJ out, as well as my friend Ellie, on Low Art Lyceum, which is our YouTube channel where we play video games. We just finished up playing Doki Doki Literature Club.
Yeah, didn't we ever?
And I drew the art for this, the secret art for this episode of the podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna have
awesome art.
There is gonna be more art from Ray. I will pay for it out of pocket.
The podcast needs more Ray art.
It really does.
You guys are too sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, mine would have been a stick. Mine would have made Critter look like high art because I'm bad at this.
And you see, it's
Critter
also
was
something
drawn
that...
by somebody who had never seen a plane before.
Which is
Well,
funny.
at least it's not as bad as that helicopter.
Gosh, that helicopter.
Critter, but it inexplicably looks like a medieval horse.
Wait, can we ship Critter and the badly drawn helicopter?
Please
or...
don't. Please don't do my Critter like that.
Okay, we really do need to wrap this up. I'm getting punchy.
My name is Allie Beldan. I do transit advocacy in Kitchener-Waterloo, Ontario. And you can follow me at alliebeldan.bsky.social.
Lena, do you have anything?
I have absolutely nothing. Maybe I'll be invited back to this podcast.
You will.
Oh, that would be really nice.
Yeah, we've been.
I'm sorry, this was your first one, and it was 5 hours long.
I was expecting it to be 6.
I was too, actually.
Under the wire. Let's go.
Lena,
you're streetcar certified. You're coming back on another episode for something.
We are awaiting the DC Traction episode. If you.
Yeah, I need to start working on that one.
Or any other traction that you know about. Because we have, as we've all discovered, there's so much nonsense with streetcars.
Seriously, I also really want to do something with track because that's like my thing. But
we have many of those. Just, I'll send you the spreadsheet. Just pick one.
Yeah.
Or come up with one on your own. We are always open to ideas. If you out there have an idea and it has an NTSB report or some other report that we don't have to send Allie to the Provincial Archives of Ontario or some shit.
And it's not 400 fucking pages.
We will take
Looking at you, Potomac incident.
We will take it at SYDDOYWTW@gmail.com. Also, Allie, we may have to send you to the Provincial Archives of Canada at some point.
I live to serve. It's the Federal Archives. Excuse me.
Federal Archives of Canada, because I can't find the Russell Hill accident, and I can't find the accident report for that Bud RDC crash we did. I still am looking. The library just hasn't gotten back to me. I'm losing my mind with that one.
All right. Honestly,
and with that,
and with that, yeah, and with that,
oh, we're done.
5.
Let me go. I have to pee so badly.
5/11, just like May 11 on the May 11th for the crash. We did it.
Kill it.
Cut it now.
I'm gonna go feed my cat.
Bye, everybody. Love you.